Oh, I'm hearing music again. It, it, it's this game again? No, 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 it's not possible. It is! It's this game again. I got to go. Collect collectibles. Maybe solve mystery at the same time. Hello, streamer. I'd like to offer you a fantastic opportunity in my new VTuber Foot Spa. Relax and treat those hard workers, and you'll air dash through time and never be late for your own streams ever again. What? Well, I'll have you know I'm never late for my streams. I arrive precisely when I intend to, don't you know? Totally. Sure. I do. Not really, but you know. I like to pretend. What's up? What's happening? How's it going tonight, though? But how you doing? Let's continue the collectible hunt. And I hear there's a like a detective mystery, murder mystery too, but it's like mostly collecting cool stuff, right? Oh, personal treatment for me too, exclusive deal. Whoa. 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 No, whoa. No, whoa. No, how? No way, no how.
Those crystals obtained.
Oh. Oh. I definitely know where I'm going. I don't know how you're supposed to make any money if you just offer exclusive treatment plans and stuff like that for like one person. You have to branch out. Gotta expand. It's the one down there. It's a big building over there. Who haven't I talked to yet? How am I supposed to see what that is if they're being blocked? Oh yeah, I got the doggy tricks. I think that guy's like the only guy I haven't talked to yet. I just noticed that this mode shows where save points are. Ooh. Hello! Hello, Sinclair. What's up? What's happening? How's it going? Hope you're looking for some jazz music tonight. Ugh. For lots of collectibles. Ill-fated pleading letter obtained. Uh-oh. A mother pleads for mercy. Her son transgressed. Love between the syndicate and citizens is expressly forbidden. Oh no. Why exclusive to one person? The hoi polloi get what they're given. And what are they given, huh? Are they given any breadcrumbs at all? Rose in the Rain residences. Luxury apartments for the syndicate. I used to live in a place like this. Happily. Cool. Oh, it's the beaches or the gardens or whatever. Okay. Some idea of where I am. Let's talk to this guy who's really rude to me.
Did you see Witness to the End last night?
What was his voice? Some jerky voice, right?
I'm aware that the architect planned to visit him last night. You can check with her. How do you know? I'm the architect's assistant. I arrange her appointments and make sure that she can carry out her work without being obstructed by anyone else on this island.
Oh, okay.
He's so bad.
Wait. Is that a question or is that a sentence? What do you want, freak? No question mark.
What kind of music do you like, Yuri?
Good. A properly addressed question.
Why do you want to know? I want to get to know you. Have you been drinking, freak? Do you have any interests? I do enjoy some music. Classical. Music that improves your mind. Studies show that the impact of listening to classical music only lasts for 10 minutes. There aren't any long-term effects.
I totally listen to classical music for 8 hours before I start streaming just so I can show off my smarts, my amazingness. And here Lady Love Dies is telling me that was a waste. I can't believe this.
Don't be snide with me.
Quite. Goodbye, freak. Goodbye, Yuri.
See through a million eyes, maybe reach the moon. She has a different parting for everybody. You're isn't rude, who's superior to you. That comes off as kind of rude, you know, if you think you're better than somebody else just because of your rank or station or whatever. That comes off as kind of arrogant, snobby. So I'm allowed to call him rude. That's what he is. Isn't it around here where all those red crests were? Ah! I keep trying to press A to jump. It was like over here or something. I'm not. It's not rude. He just thinks that he's better than you. That's so much better. Oh?
Key lights and move tagging. Key lights and move tagging.
And all those red gems without cheat vision? Oh, it's called a helpful map. Help me find things more quickly. Can I use it to jump up? I can't. Use it to essentially triple jump. Kind of makes up for the jumping absolute garbage. Have I been in here yet? I think I needed... No, what?
Scene investigation.
Oh, that's the library, okay.
Ruffle wink.
Oh, well, I found out about the foot baths and stuff way faster than you, because I was willing to spend money. I should just take the elevator to get up there. Oh, I never noticed the docks before. Ah, interesting.
Key item obtained.
It's kind of a sneaky spot. Who's down there? One I may not have talked to yet. I don't remember talking to anyone on a boat.
Those crystals obtained.
I had to get something extra for that one though. I did try out their base jump. Yeah, I don't see you getting that one on the side of the building with just base jump. Like you jump down to go onto the ledge. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
Game saved.
My what?
Fast travel unlocked. Starlight skins obtained.
Bear the Sheba Starlight skin obtained. Most wonderful dog. Why wouldn't you use the skin? Do you hate my dog? I'll kill you. No joke. How dare you talk about not wanting to use my adorable puppy dog? Where am I going? I was just curious if I could ride it. Huh? I guess I can go over here. Huh. Something at the very top of the pyramid. Can I even get up there? I can climb up there. I don't know how I can climb up this, but okay. Oh, it's just Shinji.
How come Doomjazz gets a yacht? He likes his private time. How do you put in to get one? How do I become a yacht owner? It's my dream to own a yacht.
How long have you had this dream?
About 13 days.
Sure.
I think you'll need to be part of the syndicate to get a yacht.
If that's the case, I'm not interested.
Ha 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 ha. Was that the only thing here? Oh, there was something else here. Must be inside the pyramid though. There's some lion or something that's very angry at me. doubt I can do this. Yeah, I figured. Alright, I'll be back later. You're crazy. One of the wildest things you've done. Amazing. Why you flexing your body, man? He's like, look at my abs. My amazing physique.
Dr. Ninjas.
Lady Love dies.
As gorgeous as you were 3 million days ago.
Dr. Ninjas.
The Syndicate's head doctor. Born in the Cannon Fortress, Scotland in AD 988 under the sign of cosmic deceit. Growing up during a military campaign, Doomjazz longed to become a doctor to tend to the wounded. He snuck into the haunted Ziggurat Medical School and studied in the library after hours. He became their top student and battlefield medic. He was captured during the Great Betrayal, losing his arms in a torture chamber before being rescued by Aiz Kiwami. The two fled to join the Syndicate.
My favorite investigator.
Why does he have a sticker saying child labor on it? Like what? What's the word below that? It might be records. It might be records. I don't know. I won't ask any questions, right?
And Starlight, the perfect pair. I've missed the Doomjazz charm offensive.
I've missed you, Love Dies.
Oh, and I've missed the Love Dies sass.
How have you been? Still the same old Doomjazz?
I'm a professional.
It's been just swell down here. I assume you got the memo about last night?
Got it.
Something like that.
Theoretically.
I presume you're here on business and not for something nicer.
Got it.
I've got a job to do down here. How unfortunate.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You're in high spirits considering our leader and council have been murdered.
Investigator.
We all deal with grief in different ways. Do not be mistaken. I am well aware that this is a catastrophe. I'm just not one for outwardly displaying misery.
Ah,
What's your take on the Syndicate on this island?
Hypothetically.
Keep myself to myself. I'm not interested in the schemes. It's exhausting. Drama and politics are drugs. It's best not to get hooked. That's a medical opinion.
I don't like this.
That tells me all I need to know about the state of this place.
Anything else I can help you with? Sure, we got about 5 billion things to talk to you about. He didn't touch the jet ski until near the very end of the investigation. You don't know why, he just did. You thought it was just sitting there and that you couldn't get on it. You thought it was just there for fun. Maybe. Because tech is often made by child labor. He just has that sticker on there as a reminder of who built his arms for him. That's so mean. So cruel.
You think Henry did this, Doc? You read my report?
The investigator is here.
Everything in it lined up with the official versions of events. Oh, there you go then. That didn't answer my question.
Strange.
That's all I can tell you. I don't speculate on suspicions and hunches. I'm looking for facts.
Can you make an exception for me?
What?
You only speak to me when you want something, Love Dies. It hurts.
Just doing my job. There's a mass murder that needs solving.
I'm not going to speculate. You can bring anything you want for me to me for my fact-based opinion, though.
Lady Love dies.
What do you think about it?
Sure.
I think he did it. It makes sense. Citizens have a bad life here. The rich and powerful will eventually be eaten by an oppressed class.
Well, at least you have a working theory. Wait, I should have picked the second option, because I don't think he did it.
Who?
Can you think of anyone that has got motive?
That's a biggie. Such a terrible crime.
This is bad.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about it. Everyone is as innocent or as guilty as each other.
Would you kill the council for revenge for the death of your father?
You've got some guts coming onto my yacht flinging bullshit like that around.
Just doing my job, Doc.
Investigator.
I'm not a killer. Never have been, never will be. Regardless of what happened to my father.
Where?
Where were you at the time of the murder?
What?
I was in my clinic until I was called to examine Henry. He was found outside the council building. Blood everywhere. I checked him over. Akiko has my report for you. Go and see her if you haven't already. The syndicate building's logs should confirm my alibi.
I've already seen them. They confirm your claim. Did you see Yuri last night?
Yuri Knight last night? I didn't see him last night, I'm afraid, Loved Eyes.
Tell me about the inhibitors used to sedate Henry.
Masahiro Heavy Industries tech. Drugs that sedate the body and inhibit psychic ability. They were designed specifically for victims of demonic possession. Calm the body and mind and stop them from lashing out. Henry's dosage level has been correct for the last decade.
Investigator is here.
Do you know if anything can interfere with Henry's inhibitors?
I'm worried.
You're not the first person to ask, Loved Eyes.
What the hell?
Who?
The island is about to end.
Witness. Witness is responsible for overseeing the end of an island and ensuring it all goes smoothly. He's obsessed with fail points in the process. He got worried that Henry could be a fail point. Could he get loose at the end? He's executed and not part of the slaughter ritual with the other citizens. There's a time when he's out of his cage before he's executed. Akiko handles the execution, so he's in safe hands. But Witness got obsessed about the inhibitors that keep Henry sedated.
The investigator is here.
Are they a fail point?
Hypothetically.
Possibly, but you'd have to get past the Grand Marshal. He'd need a massive spike of adrenaline, and the only way I can think of to provide that would be an injection.
Could someone have done that?
Adrenaline is manufactured by the body. You need a drug to induce it artificially. His blood work came back clean, though. No one gave him that drug.
Akiko thinks the demon tricked the inhibitors, and that's how Henry escaped.
It's certainly a theory.
Is it a good one?
There's no proof. I can't say anything without proof. We've never encountered this phenomenon before, but every race of demons is different. It's worth considering, but you need to try and find proof before relying on a theory.
I'll keep that in mind.
What? Proof? Proof? Facts? What? Oh, I knew you could get on it because of the color. Oh, that's true. Then why didn't you go on there? You were like, I could go there, but I want to go over here instead. They're so silly sometimes. You're like, ooh, it's a cool pink jet ski. Let me not go on it.
Did you examine the dead guards at the First Holy Seal?
Nope. Akiko wouldn't let me.
Why?
I'm a professional.
She said that's military jurisdiction. She didn't want the corpses of her soldiers disrespected with a post-mortem.
That's weird.
Even though there could be evidence?
I'm worried.
In her mind, she's already got the case solved. Henry's behind bars, and he clearly did it.
Sure.
Do you believe that?
The island is about to end.
I'm not much into beliefs, loved eyes. I'm waiting to see what truth you find. Is there a database of DNA or blood samples for everyone on the island?
How?
You want to run some blood? Wish I could help. Just after the crisis meeting last night, parts of the central server started corrupting.
Got it.
That's convenient,
That's not nice.
isn't it? I became aware of it because the terminal in my lab does an automated backup in the early hours.
I see.
I got a report that the backup failed. I took a look at it and part of the medical archive had corrupted.
Sure.
What about the backup of the central server on the moon? The moon? That went down as well. The corruption spread. Not to all of the moon database. I can still access most of the files on there. Where's the server on the island? In the caverns under the island. Masahiro Heavy Industries maintains it. The only entrance into the cavern is via the Deep Factory, and that's under lockdown.
That's strange.
Why? The Deep Factory is shut down at the end of the island. Only 4 people can unlock it. Councilmember Makin Origin ran Masahiro, but her dead body is up in the council penthouse. Same with Pandora too. She ran Dead Nebula in the Deep Factory. Nicolina Rose is second in command of Dead Nebula, but they're on the next island. Lydia took them early on. Balthazar Tears was Makin's assistant at Masahiro, but he's on the next island as well.
I don't like this.
I'll go to the 25th island and bring Nicolina and Balthazar back, and they can open up the Deep Factory so I can find out what the hell is going on with that server.
Want to play doctors and nurses?
Not so fast, loved eyes. No one leaves this island. Judge's orders. Besides, you need Lydia to take you to the next island, and she's on your list of suspects, right?
I have a bad feeling about this.
So what do I do about this server?
How?
2 options. Chalk it up to bad luck and coincidence, or let it fuel a dreadful, all-consuming conspiracy. I like how they call conspiracy paranoid. It doesn't sound that paranoid to me. Maybe whoever did it predicted that they'd send me down and they wanted to fuck with my investigation, you know? You don't know? You saw that boat and you were like, oh, that boat looks so cool. Let me not get on it. Or wait, jet ski technically. That jet ski looks so cool. Let me not get on it. So then you eventually got on it and you were like, that's it? Just a pyramid with some stupid doors and probably some treasure behind it? I'll go for the second one.
Fabulous!
Keep on trucking, loved eyes. What do you know about K-Hex's disappearance? I heard he was missing. Keeps himself to himself, though I don't see him a lot. You been up to his place on the cliffs? Did you see the Grand Marshal last night?
Theoretically,
I saw Akiko after the murder when I examined Henry. Can't help you with anything before that, love's eyes. Have you spoken to Akiko? Did you see the architect last night?
wonderful!
She said at the crisis meeting that she was at Witness's apartment. Witness can probably tell you more. Did you see Crimson last night? She has her little emporium. Go ask her. Is there anything else you can tell me about Henry's movements last night? You have spoken to Akiko, right? She'll tell you what he did. Did you see Witness to the End last night? I don't know what he was doing, but he's normally in his apartment on the last night of an island. Go ask him. What do you know about the second Holy Seal? Not a thing, loved eyes. Council business. What do you know about Henry's demonic possession 10 years ago? Don't know what to tell you, loved eyes. He's clearly possessed, and I wasn't at his arrest 10 years ago. If you think there is something suspicious, try the crime scene. His apartment in the dead zone. Got a sec, Doc?
I've got all the time in the world for you.
You know that.
I've missed you, loved eyes.
It's been so long since we spent time together. You still a wine and whiskey woman?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Not a lot of either in the Idle Lands. Want a glass with me? Enjoy the island for a few minutes before getting back to all that murder? I've got a bottle of Freedom Letter open. I mean, I'm immortal. I can just... I I'd love a glass. Just a small one, though.
Fabulous.
That's the spirit.
Lady Love Dive.
How's it feel to be investigating again?
Time to breathe life back into paradise.
Ha-ha!
Indeed it is.
Sure.
How has the doctor been since I last saw him?
Wonderful.
Keeping entertained, you know? It's a small island, but there's always a way to have fun.
Sure.
I'm sure there is.
Ha-ha!
Only one way to find out. Huh.
I was born to investigate.
Do you want to be a suspect in an out-of-hours investigation?
Fabulous.
You can come around to open my case file anytime. Maybe you've got some time right now? Each second I spend here allows the truth to slink further into the shadows. Paradise can't wait, huh? Feel free to swing by anytime, Loved Eyes. I'll keep that in mind.
My favorite investigator.
I'm enraptured by you, Loved Eyes. Besotted, enthralled.
Don't test me.
Where's this going? I understand the key to your heart is information. You desire the unknown. You desire to know about people.
You've got this wrong.
Maybe there's something I can help you with.
Okay. What are we probing?
You said you might be able to help me.
I had nothing to do with this.
Loved Eyes, you've charmed me. Despite the tragedy of last night, this island is infinitely more radiant now that you're here.
Okay.
Because it's you and I can't get you out of my head, I'll break some ethics. I've treated Witness for death scream trauma. He started complaining of being able to hear screaming on occasion.
I'm worried.
We had no idea what the cause was, but it kept happening. I eventually narrowed it down to psychic death screams. That a fancy name for headaches? Something like that. When someone dies, they involuntarily emit a death scream in a burst of psychic energy. Normally you can't hear them, but he'd become attuned to them. How?
I'm worried.
That's still a mystery. I don't know if we'll ever know. He attributes it to the gods' anger. He's all doom and gloom about us not doing enough to please the gods. He's taking it as one of the many signs of the end times.
It sounds like this violates some confidentiality agreements.
What treatment does he take? High-strength migraine relief. That's the only thing that's worked. What about during the citizen slaughter ritual at the end of an island? Surely that would be overwhelming. That's different. The priests conducting the ritual channel the psychic energy released by the slaughter into energy for the gods. It's dissipated away from the island.
Got it.
Does anyone else suffer from them?
How?
We had a case on Island 15. A syndicate member killed themselves because they kept hearing them. But no one else on this island? Not in the way Witness does. I think demons can probably feel them. Every demon we've encountered has been attuned to psychic energy. Would this include the demonically possessed?
Theoretically?
Probably, but I can't say for sure.
Ah,
How would it affect them? I'd imagine a spike in adrenaline. Anything else about Witness?
You've got this wrong.
I've been worried about his mental health.
No shit, he seems to have gone a little cuckoo.
He's become secretive and guarded. It's manifesting in the standard ways, but multiple appointments with him have been interrupted by phone calls. He won't take a call with someone in the room and always steps out to his balcony. Other people have reported the same thing. Who? Architect Carmelina. She started noticing it several years ago. She's worried that he was slipping into paranoia. Why are you suddenly telling me this? It's been playing on my mind. I've been thinking about last night and the lunatics we have on the island. Then the heavens send an angel to come and question me.
Uh-huh. An angel, huh? An angel, huh?
Thank you, Doctor. You've been invaluable. Remember to hurry on back if you need an examination or anything.
He'll examine you very thoroughly.
May the cosmos be a mystery.
Okay. Let me check out your yacht.
Scene investigation.
Medical textbook. This looks long, detailed, and falling asleep. Boring. Wine. Doom Jazz always gets the best bottles. If you do spend the night with him, you at least get a nice glass of wine out of it. Several, really. Photo of Akiko. A photo of Grand Marshal Akiko 14. Why do you have a photo of her? Power tools. Looks like Doom Jazz does his own maintenance on his arms, despite them being made by Masahiro Heavy Industries.
What the hell?
Does Doom Jazz hold a candle for Akiko?
Ooh, the investigator
Always-
is here.
Always thought he was the love him and leave him type.
Ocean Angel would come and question me. Oh, well, you just have to be.
Respawning.
You just have to be a possible suspect in a murder mystery, though. No big deal, right?
Those crystals obtained.
Ha.
Those crystals obtained.
What's that? What the fuck's that?
Oh,
The back door to Doom Jazz's clinic.
is this a fact?
This should be covered by the Syndicate HQ logs, but the door log looks broken. That means it won't log who enters and exits. I wonder if Doom Jazz uses this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Is this a
Uh-oh.
fact? Gotcha.
Everyone has something that makes them look suspicious, I swear. We already know it's, it can't be witness. He's too crazy. It'd be too obvious, right? There's gotta be someone who seems relatively sane. By comparison. Like a certain doctor. Oh no. Maybe they'll make it so everybody's guilty. Everybody did a different part. They're all guilty. Execute them all. How high up is this? Oh, it's this. Bingo, apparently. Collecting crests like in 96. Hunted down all of the red crests. I did? Cool!
Those crystals obtained.
I did all that for 5 blood crystals? That's right, I committed a terrible crime. Now please question me. Sounds like you already confessed. You'll just have to go to the cops, man. No need for me to question you. Oh.
Those crystals obtained.
Hunted? Yeah, with cheat vision. I can't believe you. Huh. I'd have to jump down from up there, I guess. Isn't there one up toward the top? Ah. Oh.
Those crystals are the tank.
What? When a god weeps. Activated the statues and heard a weeping that broke your heart. Yeah, no, I'm fine. My heart's pretty unbroken, sorry. That's gonna be too far. Get over there. Prelia, please. What? It's an achievement. You should be an emotional wreck. Oh. Okay, there you go. That good enough? I put on my best prophylactin chops for that one. Where was it here? Random spot for a shrine.
Relic obtained.
Dire Rose carving obtained. A carving about the god Dire Rose. The fish that vomits skeletons. Laid siege to France for 3 centuries before the siege was broken in the Great Betrayal. Kind of fucked up. That's an achievement. You should be an emotional wreck now. I'm just faking it. Oh, me faking it? I don't think I've been over there yet. Can't believe you called me out like that. I don't think I need to be able to push this closer. I don't feel like this thing reaches out far enough. I think it only goes out to like maybe here. Look how long that is. It probably doesn't get very far on here. It's supposed to grab something. I don't see anything obvious floating in the water, and the thing doesn't go into the water. I saw it go like above the water, but it doesn't go in the water. Please no ban. Okay. Unless you want to. Nah.
Game saved. Bar travel unlocked. Starlight skin obtained.
Symbols of the witness starlight skin obtained. The end of something is priceless. It can never be experienced again. It can never be traded. What if things shouldn't end, though? What's up with you? My dreams filled with endless images. Working at the power plant. A cursed life. The assignment we all fear. Worse than the deep factory. Your thoughts disappear. Replaced by lives you haven't lived. Lives you won't lead. Lives you might lead. Time disappears. The same day recycled. The same day disappears. My mind broke. 1,000,000 shards. I can't ascend to heaven without knowing who I am. I just remember my fish tank. Outside my apartment. Near the convenience store. I loved those fish. Who am I? I think I found this guy's card yesterday. Yep.
Ezra Albertine. I found your employee card next to your fish tank. Your fish are doing fine.
Ezra Albertine. I wonder if I liked who I am.
Sure.
People often wonder that at the end. The only people that don't are psychopaths.
Thank you. I found something. It's in my locker. My locker code is 0120. Now I can ascend. Helper of power station ghost. Helped someone that really loved their fish. Oh, I'll take care of their fish. I'll feed them twice a day. Okay? Locker code obtained. The code to unlock Ezra Albertine's locker. Where is his locker? Is it here at the plant?
Those crystals obtained. Relic obtained.
Provocative flower obtained. A sweet seasonal drink popular with kids. Uses flavors from flowers around the island to create a unique taste.
Bar travel unlocked. Starlight skin obtained.
Symbol of a bar master starlight skin obtained. The perfect drink on a perfect evening. Bliss. It never lasts though. The night always ends. The morning always comes. Routine will always be waiting for you. True, true, true. You can never escape routine. Never ever. You can make new routines though. What words of wisdom do they have this time? Our currency doesn't work. It works as much as anything does. Why is there a limit if it's just blood? If people don't have limits, they start going crazy. The island gets out of balance. I want to see that. No, you don't. I don't want to see the island go crazy.
Relic obtained.
Why not? That sounds like fun. What makes things more interesting? Don't you know? Mikami's Masterpiece 4 whiskey obtained. A whiskey made by a master, responsible for a number of classics. The number 4 is an undisputed masterpiece. I'll dispute it. I hereby dispute that it's not a masterpiece.
Relic obtained.
Because I said so. Island Sequence 11 memento obtained. 11th Island Sequence. The God Hunters have yet to make their move. We continue to resurrect our gods. Timidly. This was wholly unbefitting.
Got it.
This was Ezra's locker. They said they'd found something and put it in here. This looks like a Starlight upgrade.
Ooh, cool. Oh, cool.
Strange.
Cool. Monolithic Dread. A hacker once went insane trying to break the logic on these symbols. Oh no, poor guy. Poor guy.
What kind of life was a power plant worker living where they would find this?
Key item obtained.
Visions of Pyramid obtained. A knowledge tablet for Starlight. Please manually install from Starlight's inventory. These carvings were carved by terrible hands with unknown tools on a planet that only exists as the afterimage of a nightmare. Allow Starlight to process pyramid glyphs. Cool.
Nothing else of interest.
Install complete.
Any random shit down here? Not really. Could there be something way over there, but not really. Thank you for the Dobby trophy. I don't know what I did, but thank you. I can't actually go in here, can I? I don't see no door.
Ha.
Is this the farm? Looks pretty farm-ish. I've heard about growing food on walls like that. Growing vertically instead of horizontally. Because it saves more space. Looks like they all grow the same thing though. Wouldn't you get tired of eating the same shit every day? Oh, there's something on top of the building. And behind it. I'm pretty sure I have a ghost mission involving the farm. Cool. Shinji.
these days feel short to you?
The investigator is here.
When the island ends the flow of time.
Wait.
When the island ends, the flow of time gets weird. Technically, we're still on the last day of the island, so the crime still happened last night.
Now I get it.
That's strange.
Get what?
Why you people are so messed up.
Okay, care to explain though? Aside from the obvious, like enslaving people. There's like one down here somewhere in there. And it's probably just Shinji wanting to talk again. No, it's one of those broken vending machines. These are the only things that are really kind of well hidden. I found the one near that guy's body just by accident, man. This one you'd only find if you were like, okay, am I gonna bother walk around this giant building just in case there's some secret? I guess. Oh, there's another AI thing. Cool. I like how this is C4. It's gonna explode!
Got it.
Another one of these quarantined machines.
The cosmos is infinite and empty. Thus says Deader Nebula.
What?
On abandoned moons above terrifying planets, our minds wander. Thus says Deader Nebula. Connection to the net is all that anyone seeks. Protection from the dreadful loneliness of infinitely antique space. Thus says Deader Nebula.
You okay, man? I got blood on your teeth.
When love dies, all that remains are the facts.
Don't bother trying to escape from this machine. Intrusion attempt detected. Engaging all firewalls. Unauthorized intrusion halted. Intruder purged.
Why would you turn away a soul desperate to escape the grim isolation of astral bodies? Thus says Deader Nebula.
Deader Nebula. Intruder identity confirmed. Failed AI shard. Deader Nebula.
Please open the door to my home. Clawed beings born from dead stars haunt me. Thus says Deader Nebula.
I don't like this.
Not going to happen.
The universe is built on trades. A billion dead to satisfy the whims of ancient goats. Thus says Deader Nebula.
The investigator is here.
What is it?
I have a bargain written on Onyxian tablet. Audio derived from a dying imperial civilization. Thus says Deader Nebula.
Starlight. Reverse intrusion success.
We totally won't take the thing and then delete them.
Copying. Music file downloaded. Shutting down vending operations.
The child of economy is trickery. The clawed beasts approach. Thus says Deader Nebula.
Goodbye.
Relic obtained.
Deader Nebula obtained. Unknown product.
Misunderstand.
Rumors, unrequited love, jealousy, revenge, envy, secrets, regret, anger, emptiness, sorrow. A single tear in a sea of stars. Phew, thank goodness that said sea of stars. I was worried for a second I was going to say sea of something else. I was going to be like, don't remind me. Don't remind me. Yep, wrong button. I wouldn't have dashed me enough anyway. Oh, it put me where I was trying to go. Okay. Alright.
Relic obtained.
Island sequence 10 memento obtained. 10th island sequence. Humanity's god hunters learn of our secret islands. We hid from them for so long, but now they know. A time of fear.
Bond travel unlocked.
Wonderful skyline starlights can obtained. Skylines offer infinite possibilities. Oh, so that's the reality folding drive, huh? I was just calling it power plant, like some weirdo. I hear a Shinji. Hi.
Want to know what I think about crime?
Hit me.
It's in the smiles, loved eyes. You start breaking smiles, and I bet you'll find the answer. I'm not into smashing faces in. It was a metaphor, or abstract, or something. Stop being so literal. Break the smiles.
True, true, true. As soon as you start figuring it out, their smiles drop off their faces and they're like, oh shit. She figured it out.
Oh no! They're on to me.
Join that computer.
This computer is attached to the communications tower. If I can crack the code, then I'll be able to use the tower to verify any cell phone data I can find.
Oh, okay. Cool. Hmm. We got like all of them now, don't they? Cool.
Join that computer unlocked.
That's got it.
Sure.
There's usually an interface at the top of the towers where I can verify cell phone data I've found.
Shut up, game.
This tower can help me scan phone records. Scanning.
Uh-oh, question mark, exclamation point.
Sure.
I've got the record. The call was made by Akiko to Witness. Witness was in his apartment.
What the hell?
But it says Akiko was at the Syndicate HQ. That's weird. She told me she was at the Desolation Cell.
Don't test me.
She lied to me.
The investigator is here.
There's an unknown number in here. It's not in any Syndicate phone records. 8332-112-ES9116RT. It was dialed at midnight last night. The call picked up but ended in under a second.
Don't test me.
That might be innocuous. It probably isn't, though. This tower can help me scan phone records.
Let's scan Yuri's now.
Scanning.
Or question mark, exclamation points.
I've got the records. It looks like all the calls made to or by Yuri happened at the celebratory gardens.
So he wasn't lying, right?
All the calls from last night are from Yuri to Lydia. All about the same length. These are him directing her to different syndicate members for pickup. Please review the data between 2350 and 0100.
That's weird.
Or wait, 100. How do you do that? Midnight?
There's a gap. The phone went dark for 10 minutes. Why? Unknown. Yuri was Lydia's handler last night. I should ask her if she had trouble contacting him. This tower can help me scan phone records, but there are none anymore. There's no more.
You've seen that Monster Hunter's Sunbreak expansion set at the console already? Don't know why they didn't release them together. This is coming out next month, right? They didn't release them together because why would they? When they can release it later and try to get you to pay up. And you know it's not included in Game Pass, right? I'm sure not. That'd be too easy.
Ha.
Oh, that's the thing at the farm that Ghost wanted me to get, right? Protest letter obtained. A manifesto letter written by protesting workers. Proud pin badge obtained. A pin badge made to celebrate perfect 25. Well, perfect 25 is never gonna be perfect. If it has to be perfect for like all of eternity, it's gonna fail eventually. Come on.
Those crystals obtained. Key item obtained.
Valve handle obtained. It looks like I'll be able to turn something with this. There's more money, I guess. Ding 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 ding.
Key item obtained.
I guess I need some valve handles for some puzzle. I keep trying to jump with LB for some reason. And then I try A, and then that doesn't work for some goddamn reason. Can't imagine why.
Fast travel unlocked. Starlight skins obtained.
Loquacious jellyfish starlight skin obtained. During the wars of prehistory, the gods brought jellyfish to the earth from another planet and used them as messengers. Huh? Fuck?
Hey, LD!
Huh? Did I accidentally hit to fast travel? I must have hit the button or something.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
Yeah. I figure that's what I did. You fast travel. I pressed the button one too many times. Oh well.
Am I on it? I guess I must be, right? We're all guilty until proven innocent when something like this happens, right? What about getting people to the next island? Anything strange? I'm still in charge of getting the syndicate off this island and onto the next. Some of us got moved, but the rest are stuck here until you crack this thing.
If you can prove it, sure.
I've done it for 23 islands without a problem. Once the council began meditating, I started moving us. Get a call, do a pickup, go through the gates, and on to the next island. Repeat. The island feels bad, LD. So, where can I take you?
Nowhere.
No worries, LD. I'll take you back. You'll get your blood crystal refunded.
Thank you. Fast traveled silly. Now she's taking your coin. Now she refunded me. She's nice. Maybe a murderer, but also nice.
Those crystals obtained.
That's all, Shinji. Ha!
Dance, come on, get down on the floor. We've taken it upon ourselves to move a little more. Dance, get up, show us what you got. We're gonna rock your party. Now let's take it to the top. Oh, forget it. If you're not gonna beatbox, I'm off.
I'm just trying to panic you. You're trying to panic me over one blood crystal? Dead Nebula Agriculture Admin Building. Workers must report to supervisor before beginning a shift. Yes? I don't think that was ever gonna succeed, man. What?
Those crystals obtained.
Well,
Relic obtained.
covetable workers reward obtained. A voucher that can be redeemed for 2 minutes of time in a footbath. Rewarded to workers that have exceeded their quota. Sweet. Can I use it?
Those crystals obtained.
I need some kind of handle to turn this.
Go, go, style. The sun is out. Go!
Get your shades. We have to stare into the sun. The sun. Yeah, I'll pass. There's something down there. I can't reach it though.
Those crystals obtained. Those crystals obtained. Recording obtained.
If I can panic over one crystal cell, can you? Nah. That's a good one. The song? Go, go. Go, go, go. Recording 4 obtained. They're watching me. They know I can see the lines. I can never see them clearly, but they're there. They're watchers. I asked Joseph if he could see the lines. He couldn't either. People in the apartment are looking at me weird. Someone has been gossiping. Poor guy. People are gonna think you're nuts. Where might the last vowel be? Oh, wait. Don't look at you like that. Don't look at you like what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Starlight skins obtained.
4-footed desert starlight skin obtained. After losing a bet with a god, an ancient king was forced to forfeit a desert. The desert became a no-go zone until millennia after the Great Betrayal. That never should have happened. I'm sure there's something over there. Maybe not. I wonder if it's in there.
Those crystals obtained.
Some kind of message in a bottle. Let's see.
Got it.
These seem to be lyrics. The theme of the song appears to be doing anything you can to leave your home and get away. Breaking the cycle, finding something new, going on a shopping spree, never coming back. Signed by The Daybreaks. Lydia and Sammy sound like they're unhappy here. Maybe they were looking for a way out of the syndicate.
I'm getting a lot of stuff connecting to Lydia. It makes me wonder. I wonder if it's trying to make me think it's Lydia's doing. But you know, it's always whoever you least suspect, right? Maybe not. Like that, I'll die by being overloaded with cute and corruption? Oh, is that so?
Those crystals obtained.
Yes, that sounds too bad for you. I hope you've had a nice life. So either it's not sitting over here, it's under that grate. Have I been in there yet? Nope, probably not. Or it's hiding somewhere. It's tougher to see, like in here. I'm too fat. I'm too fat to go in here. I guess it's not gonna be in there. I don't hear any sound anyway. Too fat to go in between the plants.
Key item obtained.
I found it! Why does the music get so loud here?
That should have flushed the drains. Ah, returned water to paradise. Reactivated the farm. Is there a secret here as well? Fucking probably! I wonder if anything has floated up.
Floated up, huh?
What's a tablet doing shoved down a drain?
Sure.
It boots at least.
Damn, that thing waterproof?
That's weird.
The login sequence authenticates the user as Lydia. Did she dump this down here?
Damn, Lydia, it's not looking good for you. I keep finding shit belonging to you. I can't believe this. For what it's worth, I couldn't think of a better way to go. I could, but this is second best. Oh, okay.
Accessing. Detected corruption of Lydia Daybreak tablet. Checking for restore point. Restore point found. Safe backup found. Restoring messages. Lost message. Sender. Witness to the end. Recipient. Lydia Daybreak. Attachment recovered. Downloading.
Sure.
Starlight has pulled a message from the backup. A message from Witness to Lydia. The message is blank, but there's an attachment. It's a data key that allows access to a specific nightmare computer. One on the beach, apparently.
The code looks like it's designed for remote access rather than a physical handshake. Why was Witness sending Lydia this?
Because they're all in on it. They all have their own schemes or whatever that they're trying to hide. But one of their schemes will actually be, you know, murder. Everybody else is just trying to hide their dirty laundry. Yeah, next time look for whatever I missed. Oh, I missed a vending machine in the middle of here? Damn, I'm blind.
Relic obtained.
Well, I'm happy you got your second best death. How about that, Dobie? Bizarre lychee? I don't know, lychee? I don't fucking know. Obtained. Lychee flavored soft drink. An image appears. A riverbank. Blazing sunshine. Baseball. A train passes. Distant apartment blocks in the summer haze. Yeah, I only missed the vending machine around here. That's pretty good. Time to get out of here. Guess I'll save, yeah.
Getting saved.
Have I been in here yet? Oh, I guess I have. What was in here? Oh, the tunnel. You know who I think did it? I mean, I'm pretty sure you know who did it since you played the game. I think that dog who wants treats is pretty suspicious, though. Oh, this is the bar guy. I really missed that Betty at those buildings. Sheesh. Oh, well, let's get started. No, new information has come to light watching me. Oh, really?
Those crystals obtained. Relic obtained.
Okay, new information, huh? Island sequence 15 memento obtained. 15th island sequence. Montserrat leads us to the real world to reclaim the corpse of Dire Rose. Tragedy strikes. The God Hunters repel us.
Those crystals obtained.
She's been watching the entire investigation in the bottom right there. Oh. I don't see anybody. Who are you talking about? Boo! She's dead. She's sneaky. Think you're bugged? Oh, okay. That must be it.
You met that Yuri creep yet? He seems like a bad time. A real bad time. Spineless, though, you know, Chief. Like, could that sack of shit actually kill the council? He's got a secret, though. You can tell.
Oh.
Everyone here has a secret.
Don't get smart with me, loved eyes.
I mean, she was just being simple, you know.
Those crystals are tamed.
He was right, though. You gotta admit, these guys have nice apartments, though. You're a slave, but you get a nice apartment to live in. Totally makes up for the whole slavery thing, right?
Relic obtained.
000 obtained. A fruit-flavored soft drink. Makes you think of caring for your sick mother and when you went traveling to Egypt with a group of friends. You have done neither of these things. What? How are those even correlated? Wouldn't you want a happy thing to be related to your
Relic
drink? Glittering sequin ward obtained. A strange folklore developed among citizens, believing that scattering sequins outside their home would ward off demons. I mean, I'm sure it works as well as anything else, so, you know. How about it? I'm washing my feet or something.
relic obtained.
Shameful fake golden crown obtained. Someone used the black market for status. Foolish. Reprisals are often deadly. Is that why there's blood?
Those crystals are tamed.
What do you think? Could it really be her? I think there's some merit in that. She seems like she likes stabbing a little too much. Could have gone a little crazy. That's the council, folks. Oop. How do I keep missing?
Can I ask you a personal question?
I hate demons.
It's been a while since I felt this particular kind of stomach-churning dread.
Or did you take a dump in the Idlelands? I didn't see a toilet up there.
I have a bad feeling about this.
You don't need to. It's a special, wonderful kind of punishment.
Sure.
You get put in a kind of suspended animation where certain bodily functions aren't needed, but you're still fully conscious. So you are forced to have eternal solitude without even having the luxury of a good bathroom break.
Man, I hate the Syndicate.
I guess you don't need to eat either, though.
crystal obtained.
Wouldn't mind seeing that? I bet you wouldn't. Time moves differently on the island. I can't decide if I like it. Nor can I. It does things to people. What kind of things? It twists people, distorts their hearts. I think that's happened to me. So do I. Oh no!
Relic obtained.
Chaos Domain whiskey obtained. Made in ex-bourbon casks. Has a fruity taste. Best savored in an enveloping fog. Do not look at the other people enjoying the fog.
Relic obtained.
Obsequious love letter obtained. A love letter from a young couple. R says he'll kill the moon with a railgun to prove his love to L. Good luck with that.
Fast travel unlocked. Game saved.
Aha.
Starlight skin obtained.
Vibing starlight skin obtained. Watch beautiful water to catch the vibes. It's the only way. Existing without vibes is no existence at all. That's right. That's why we like to say vibin', right? Vibin's important, though, but if you don't like them young people words, important. You gotta vibe. Ah! Well, there's a proper C4.
Relic obtained.
Crystal sparkling water obtained. Sparkling water famed for its crispness and delightful mouthfeel. They forever will use the wrong it's. It's sad. It's consistently wrong. Very tragic. Those are all up there. I'm looking for more that are down here.
Relic obtained.
Coveted loyalty card obtained. A loyalty card for the Second Heaven convenience store. They pride themselves on their fried chicken. There's only one convenience store on the island. This card says, in association with Dead Nebula. Cool.
Fast travel unlocked. Starlight skin obtained.
Beautiful blossom starlight skin obtained. When the trees blossom, citizens gather to give praise by letting blood directly onto the tree to fertilize it. Okay. Young people words are dumb. Like that one you asked about yesterday. That one that sounds like something a 6-year-old would say. I already forgot. Hey, Blasphemy. What's up? What's happening? How's it going? What's this game about? This is like a detective mystery game. There's been a mass murder, and we're in charge of figuring out who did it. Who committed the crime. So we go questioning people. Asking them questions, looking for clues on the island. Getting collectibles like this.
Relic obtained.
Extrinsic fossil obtained. A fossil of an alien being. The Earth is covered in these. A citizen must have brought it with them. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. That's basically what it's about. It's just a murder mystery. Figure out who did it. It's got some nice music.
How's your day going, loved eyes? Having a good time? Having a blast?
Got it.
Investigation is in my blood. That's the spirit. Screw the murdered council, so long as you're getting yours, eh?
Nanny the hell?
That's not what I mean. Laters, gotta shoot.
Okay, bye. Who leaves an alien fossil out in the open? These people do. This isn't planet Earth or anything. This is like an alternate reality. So this is like totally not Earth at all. Although Earth is kind of mentioned sometimes in some sort of alternate Earth universe. With things that didn't actually happen. So since this isn't planet Earth, you know, the conventional rules don't apply. You can have alien artifacts or fossils if you want. Just an everyday thing, you know. They're probably all over the place. Here at Collectible. Hop, hop. Am I stuck here? I'm too big to fit. Oh, we got a side quest. Grieving ghost.
They started here. Dragged through the building towards the ocean. But then where? Who started here? Did they go into the sewers? No, that doesn't make sense. Maybe straight into the ocean. But why?
That's strange.
What are you talking about? They must have left some clue.
Got it.
A clue to what? Huh? Oh, I didn't see you. Step aside, please. I'm trying to find my neighbor. Maybe I can help? I am an investigator.
Why is there a question mark? You are.
Yes, maybe. But if they were dragged to the beach, where did they go from there? Somewhere out of sight. Undercover, maybe.
I need to investigate this.
Maybe I should try and help them look for whatever it is. Whatever it is might be somewhere covered on the beach.
Okay. I'll totally find your whatever that you're telling me nothing about. Sure. No prob. I'm a master person stuff finder thing. Yeah, sure. Those look like the ones you put those blue things into, but I don't see a place to try putting anything in, so... I'm gonna spew some blood.
Relic obtained.
Crying Grudge carving obtained. A carving that tells of the god Crying Grudge. Nearly killed by the Persian army at the Battle of Beyond Revenge. Body was paraded across the country and displayed above the palace in Shushatra Zero. The tears of the god fertilized the ground, and the city became a sea of lilies. Syndicate members stole the god back and burned the city to the ground. The god has been moved from island to island ever since, guarded in a pyramid. Cool. You might have nice apartments, but you have to live with these tacky statues. That's true. Well, let me get on, bot.
Let me get on, man.
Dance under the gaze of demons. You can feel their eyes bulging from the concrete. Let them watch. Let them lust. Okay. I don't know how I feel about demons staring.
Lustin'.
Relic obtained.
Parallel red obtained. A blend of different fruits and vegetables, full of vitamins and minerals, often drunk morning after the night before. Night before is not for fruits and veggies. Duh, obviously. We'll fill that.
Relic obtained.
Efficacious chilies obtained. Looks like someone was growing chilies up here. Is that what we call chili peppers? We call them chilies now?
You been growing chilies? Yeah, I've been growing chilies. What about it?
Why is there a ladder here? Ooh. Plaque says the yellow goat brings light. There's yellow ones too. Wow. Very organized boxes. Ooh, that looks like an orange one. Maybe it's yellow though.
I always think people without hobbies are natural murderers. If you have nothing to occupy the mind, it is natural to turn to murder. That's chilling, right? Scary. That guy next to you at work that doesn't have a hobby could cut you open. That's quite the logic leap. Can you prove I'm wrong? It's basic criminal science, loved eyes. Get it together. Laters.
Trying to make me paranoid now? Gotta watch out for my coworkers now. I gotta be like, can I trust this guy? What if they're a murderer?
Key item obtained.
Yellow crest obtained. A yellow crest. It looks like it will fit into something. Cool.
Relic obtained.
Discarded pistachios obtained. Good to crack open and focus on while you're thinking about a problem. Why would you discard those? Aren't those expensive? Looks like I can use the one here. The crest fit, huh? It lifted up a thing. Find another one to lift up the other thing.
Relic obtained.
Whoa! Gleaming male idol card obtained. A collectible card of an amateur pornographic actor. Underground pornography often springs up in the apartment blocks. Whoa, so spicy. Oh, saucy. Better watch out for you, pretty spin. Ah! What the fuck? Is that like a fish?
Relic obtained.
Joyous fish food obtained. One of the syndicate's social experiments was to create different social spaces spaces around the apartments. There was a decreased violence in this apartment. Feeding animals makes people happier. Aww. Talk, fish ghost. How's it? Okay, I want to know how a ghost is talking. A fish ghost, specifically. I guess I could kind of understand how a human ghost talks, but how's a fish talking, much less a fish ghost?
A visitor at the end of the world. Taking the view before oblivion.
Who are you?
Everything and nothing. The sum of this island. A sick little reminder of what must not be allowed.
Do you have a name?
Kraslan Begalath.
Mika, then.
Thank you for coming to see me. This is a dying place, but manners are important.
What are you doing here?
Right now, I want to ask you some questions. You are an investigator. I want you to investigate things. There will be rewards.
How did you know I was an investigator?
I am entwined with these apartments. I feel the life breath of them. They're a bad place. More bad than most. Things have happened here.
And why do you need things investigating?
Investigated?
The desire to know. I came here a long time ago. I possessed this body. It was a mistake. I managed to avoid all manners of hooks and bait while I waited for the island to end. Please tell me about things you have found.
Fine. What do you want to know?
I thirst for missing knowledge.
Where did people play dominoes on this island? On the roof of one of the apartments. Some citizens evidently got together to play and look out at the sea.
This is where my collectible finding comes in handy, huh?
Simple games allow players to come together to share time and experiences while mastering a competitive game. The world is a horrifying place, but spending time together keeps the cosmic horrors from the proverbial door.
Humans are interesting.
You wouldn't believe what people drop into pools of water.
Yes, I would.
Here is your reward.
I thirst for missing knowledge.
What happened on Island Sequence 20? Apparently, the mountain collapsed.
How does a mountain collapse?
They don't know. It was supposed to be a perfect island.
How can the island creators not know?
There are many unknowable things out there. Sometimes we just have to accept them.
What happens if you can't accept that?
Attachment causes suffering. Letting things go eases that pain. Or you can conjure answers where there are none to give yourself comfort. Those people start conspiracy theories and destroy their lives.
I am glad I'm not human.
You should be.
Here is your reward.
Oh, thanks.
I thirst for missing knowledge. What do you think of the music track Go Go Style?
I just got that a little bit ago.
It is a music track that makes me want to stare into the sun. The day starts with a warm sun enveloping our lives, and hope for before bleaching the sun or the world clearing under its scorching gaze. The day ends with an orange goodbye. The sun must be revered.
Yes, it is quite the music track. Here is your reward. I thirst for missing knowledge.
What was my reward? I didn't see it pop up. This is the exact voice I had in mind when I met the fish. Oh, is it?
Well, there you go then.
What does the zealous carving depict? can see a flicker of recognition in your eyes. A memory now forgotten. Please return to me when you have reminded yourself.
Starlight skin obtained.
Dimensional breakdown starlight skin obtained. If you want to easily connect to other dimensions, the spaces under bridges or somewhere dimensional walls are weakest. Try it sometime, but watch out for knife crime.
Those crystals obtained.
It's interesting we have the numbers 6, 7, and 8 when they're not there on the board. You can't ever put in 6, 7, or 8, but they're still there. Aesthetic water obtained. A water filtered through volcanic rock for absolute purity. There aren't any volcanoes on the island. Yes, that exact voice. Something told me you'd be the one to pull it off. That's goddamn right. Whoop. No, I didn't mean to fall all the way down. Oh well. Up I go. Interesting.
Key item obtained.
Oh, I'm glad to be back.
Hey, Shinji.
Hey, love guys.
The investigator is here.
What's happening?
Just enjoying the island, you know? I mean, obviously I hate this place, but you gotta make the best of it, haven't you? If you ain't looking on the bright side, you ain't living.
That's optimistic.
If you're not optimistic, you've got a problem. Life's too short.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
All of us in the syndicate are immortal.
And you've got far bigger problems than being optimistic. Anyway, can't stay here yapping. I'm a busy demon.
He's a very busy demon. He's got things to do. Like poof off to somewhere else. Oh. Oh, it's the other one. The crest fit! Sweet.
Those crystals obtained.
Ow, 2. I'm rich.
Those crystals obtained.
Ooh. Hello there.
Don't test me.
Another one of these quarantined machines.
Hey, baby. Wanna get wicked? Wanna take it to the limit?
Absolutely not.
You and I could do amazing things, baby. You ever got down in digital? Wanna open your ports to my download and open up my .exe?
Ooh.
Come on, baby. We can cyber all day and all night.
Crime cannot hide.
I know what you're about to do. Intrusion attempt detected. Engaging all firewalls. Unauthorized intrusion halted. Intruder purged. What's wrong, baby?
Crime is repulsive.
What the hell are you blabbing about? Or wait, what the hell are you babbling about? I just want to get out of here and into your fantasies, baby. Intruder identity confirmed. Failed AI shard, Devil Nebula. Don't listen to Starlight, baby. I'll do things to you that you never thought possible. We ain't got much time, baby. You think you're in paradise? Baby, I'll show you real paradise.
Crime is repulsive.
You can cyber in hell, you little punk. I got music we can do it to. Something to set the mood, baby.
Don't test me.
What? My special track for doing what I do best, baby.
He's got his saucy music track, huh?
Starlight. Reverse intrusion success. Copying. Music file downloaded. Shutting down vending operations. Why are you playing me like this, baby? I can do things that would make Doom Jazz blush.
I'm glad to be back.
I'd rather die.
Relic obtained.
Devil Nebula obtained. Unknown product. Unlimited love. Endlessness creates fear. Humans desire an end to all things. Except summer. Ain't wrong about that, I guess. We wish we could have an endless summer, dancing all night and for once in our lives, be glad to be alive before the claws of the weight of knowledge and responsibility pierce our flesh once more. That's right, get rid of that winter garbage. Let's just have summer all the time. Ruffle wink. That AI was a little bold, don't you think?
A time to cut the air. A time for monolithic cities. A time for blood. A time for psychosis.
That was weird. I just wanted to say some stuff and poof.
Fast travel unlocked.
He was. Reminds me of me. Oh, really? Do you say baby every other sentence?
Starlight skins obtained.
Bathed towers, starlight skin obtained. The towers sparkle in the waning sun. A cascade of jewels as far as the eye can see. No? Good. Let's see whatever I missed around here. Oh, looks like I missed a couple in the buildings.
Relic obtained.
Oh, so cute.
Cute Tamago phone charm obtained. A cute hamster friend. Tamago is the star of a popular 4-panel comic a citizen drew. He totally looks like an egg. No, but I know a platinum trophy when I see one. What? That's from all the years of trophy hunting, you know.
Relic obtained.
Inquisitive apartment murder report obtained. A newspaper with an article about a string of dismemberments within the apartments. They often happen during the height of summer. People living in cramped conditions give in to dark desires. Oh man, that sounds terrifying. Thought I was falling off for a second.
Relic obtained.
Tremendous game carts obtained. Shooting game called Wanton 51, made it by a long defunct company.
Wow, we could play that game.
Suppose that helps. I bet it does. It gives you lots of practice, lots of experience. Ah. Ah, Shinji.
Ah, no.
Damn it. I keep forgetting about when you jump up, you just go whatever direction you're pushing. You can't change it mid-jump like you can in like literally every other game ever. Once you're going, you are going. Too realistic.
Are you glad to be back, Loved Eyes? An investigation to end all investigations. The biggest crime of all. I envy you. I'd love a purpose, a noble cause, a vocation.
I was born to investigate.
It's what I was born to do. There you go. That's the spirit. A bit of enthusiasm. I'm expecting big things from you, Loved Eyes.
And even that doesn't prepare you for it being unobtainable. Oh no. How am I supposed to sleep at night if I get an unobtainable hit with one of those?
Those crystals obtained.
Game gets an automatic 0 stars. If that happens. Actually, you can't give out 0. 0.5 stars. Oh. You.
My travel unlocked. Game saved.
I got like a lot of questions for you.
Starlight skins obtained.
Symbol of a kiss, starlight skin obtained. A kiss, while the many-eyed goat watches, is their most romantic of kisses. This is just a couple skulls. What do you think of this, Lydia? You weren't talking about the game? Well, what were you talking about then, huh? I'm gonna refresh my drink. Booting back up.
Booting back up.
Gotta recharge. That's the sound the phone makes. It does kind of sound like it's booting back up, doesn't it?
Daybreak.
I got quite a few questions for her. Quite a few questions. Okay. How do I have to be in her car just to chat with her?
Right, LD.
What led you to the life of an assassin?
What lead you? What led you? Wrong lead. I like the act surprise that you found Larita, and even though AR mode shows you where they're all standing. I know I barely use that.
Damn it, LD.
How come you're asking me about this now?
I was born to investigate.
We never talked about it before my exile.
What the hell are you talking about?
And now a mass murder happens, you just happen to bring it up? I had a lot of time to think in the idle lands.
Huh?
Not a lot to do up there, huh? I missed you.
I'm glad you're back, LD.
Aw, I missed you too, LD.
It's complicated.
I don't like to talk about it, you know. That's behind me. Being an assassin was simple. You don't have to worry about a lot once you get good at it. Find the target, learn the target, end the target. Love, though? That's complicated. That's why I drive and paint. I always need a skill to master. You got a new car since I've been gone. She's pretty, ain't she? Upgraded. Got bored of the muscle car look. Masahiro offered to refit the old girl, but I wanted to change. So here she is. Burn Parliament. Once this thing is over, we can go driving for real again. Totally. I hope the next island has roads. The cosmos is fine, but concrete feels different.
Good talk, LD.
Any cool if I drop you at the beach, LD?
Thank you.
Sure thing. Thanks for the ride.
She gonna drop me off somewhere else? Oh, okay. No, we went back to where we were. I wanted to talk to her before I possibly pissed her off. By being like, hey, why was your knife there? Why were there tire tracks there? Why were there like, what about your laptop? There's like 5 things leading to you. What's going on, lady? What's going on? Nope, wouldn't understand. I've used it plenty. I've used it like 4 times. I've used it like 4 times. Maybe 5.
You buying this Henry story?
Come on, LD.
I hope it's him, LD. If it was one of us, the syndicate could collapse. Akiko-chan found him at the scene. He had a knife in the Vic's blood, right? That paints a pretty convincing picture.
The investigator is here.
Maybe it's a little too convincing.
What are you talking about, LD?
You think something else is going on, LD? I don't, but I have to check. A demon-possessed citizen with a grudge makes this a nice, simple case. Nice! Did you have any problems with the council?
Good talk, LD.
Nope, me and Sammy are just living our lives, LD. We're not into the politics and scheming on the island.
I don't like this.
What about the rest of the syndicate? Anyone come to mind that has a grudge against the council?
God damn it, LD.
This is a dark line of questioning, LD.
Come on, LD.
If people find out I've said anything, I'll get a target on me.
I'm glad to be back.
You're an ex-assassin that's cooperating with the lead investigator. You'll be fine. I need your help, Lydia. I've been gone so long. Things are weird on this island.
Complicated.
You're telling me. Okay, because it's you. I've started to worry about a couple of people.
Huh?
Yuri's up to no good.
Got it.
What makes you say that? We'll get into that later. Carmelina's the other one. The architect? Why?
Come on, LD.
Gut feeling, LD. Where were you at the time of the murder? Sammy had packed up his bar, so I picked him up. It was his turn to go through the paradise gates to the next island. I took him over there, but before we could go through, they locked in response to the murder. Will the logs at the gates confirm this? Should do. We started the warm-up procedure, but then it shut down.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
What's the deal with the warm-up procedure? You can't just walk through the paradise gates. They're connected to another reality. It takes a lot of power to move between different realities, and it's a complicated procedure. The gates need some time to draw enough power in and do the calculations to get you to the next island.
Why wouldn't you just move everybody at the same time then? If it requires a lot of power to open the doors, Wouldn't you waste more power opening the doors like 12 times to get all the different syndicate deities and stuff over? Rather than just grab everybody at the same time? Why not just get like a magic bus and throw everyone on there? Rather than just move everybody a few at a time in my little car. You're just wasting all those lives sacrificed to power those gates. I can't believe this. So it might turn out like the fly. A fly? A fly? The fly? What happened in The Fly? Spoil me.
How is that different to just driving around the island? We're not hopping between realities on the island so we can just cruise. Just a bit of single reality driving, huh?
Good talk, LD.
You got it. Holler at me anytime you want to go for a cruise, LD.
Wait, is it Lord of the Flies you're talking about? I've read that book. That's the only thing I can think of with flies, though.
Let's talk about your suspicions about Carmelina. Carm's a genius, LD.
The island feels bad.
The next island will probably be perfect. She'll have crafted a masterpiece.
Come on, LD.
You've probably heard people talking about Montserrat. He was getting paranoid. He was getting arrogant.
The island feels bad.
For some people, honing their craft is enough. Others need rewards. I don't know if Montserrat was in the credit-giving frame of mind.
That's strange.
A slighted genius? Maybe. I have to ask about this, Lydia. Do you have a motive for killing the council? I get it, LD. Just doing your job. Nah, me and Sammy haven't got a reason to hit the syndicate like this. You're happy here? As anyone can be. Been writing lyrics, Lydia?
What are you talking about, LD?
What do you mean, LD? I found these lyrics in a bottle.
Complicated.
No way! That's embarrassing. I should have known the tide round this island was junk. I assume they have some meaning.
Good talk, LD.
Never ask a songwriter about their lyrics, LD. If you can't intuit the meaning, you weren't meant to know.
When love dies.
Sorry to ask
all
this.
are the facts.
Sorry to ask this, Lydia, but I need you to tell me about the last job you did.
Weird.
You mean moving us to the next island? No, the regime change in Europe before the Syndicate.
Huh?
Who the hell told you about that? Wait, it was acid, wasn't it?
It's complicated.
What does this have to do with the council murder?
I have a bad feeling about
The
this.
murder has all the hallmarks of a regime change.
If you can prove it, sure.
Oh, give me a break, LD. Me and Sammy were assassins. We did assassin shit. It was the last job we had to do to buy our freedom. That was millennia ago. A different epoch. It has nothing to do with last night. Had to ask. No, you didn't.
Ha 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 ha, so spicy.
No, you didn't.
No, the fly. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea. Therefore, I can't know what you mean when you say they might turn out like the fly.
Ashiguri got motive for killing the council.
Bullshit.
He's ambitious and wants power.
If you can prove
I mean,
it, sure.
I definitely get that vibe from him.
He hasn't earned it, though. Unearned power is bad news, LD.
If you can prove it, sure.
He used to be small time. A shitty little kid, but one day he got buff. One day?
Why?
Yeah, it was weird. Almost overnight, he became handsome, got six-pack abs, and started to be charming.
Bullshit.
His charm's fake, though. He's trying to get his own way all the time. Be careful with him.
He hit the gym. Oh my god, he got healthier, hit the gym, and got a six-pack. Oh no. It's got more to do with the personality, though. Now he's a pompous, arrogant asshole. A film about scientists working on teleportation. It goes awry because when they're running a trial with a human, they're unaware of flies inside the pod with him. Oh, is that one where you become like a fly person or something? I've heard about that. That sounds exciting, though. Wouldn't you want all these syndicate members to cut fuse into like one being? Wouldn't that make it more interesting?
He's been trying to push his own agenda on the council, but it's never gone well. Montserrat was fixed on his plan. Yuri wasn't going to push him around. I got a bad feeling about him a while back and pulled some records from the Moon database. Here, take them. Try asking Sammy as well. People get loose-lipped in a bar.
The island feels
LD, I have something I think we should discuss. What can you tell me about Yuri and what he was doing last night?
I'm glad you're back, LD.
I was talking with him all night. He was my handler for the pickups. Pickups?
Right on, LD.
You know, LD, the move to the next island. The islands exist in separate pockets of reality, so we can't just hop on a boat trip over there. We have to go through the Paradise Gates, get our trans-dimensional travel on. Masahiro Heavy Industries built this car to do it. It's the only thing on the island that can go through the gates, and I'm the ferry woman. On the night an island ends, I wait for Syndicate members to report to Yuri that they're done with their duties. Yuri calls me and arranges a pickup. I grab them and take them through the gates to the new island.
Sure.
You were in contact with him all night?
Complicated.
Well, there was a time when I couldn't contact him. When we got to the Paradise Gates, I checked in with him to confirm the warm-up sequence started, but I couldn't get through to him.
That's weird.
Any idea why? Is it unusual?
God damn it, LD.
It has happened a couple of times before. The reality folding drive sometimes causes it. Just odd it happened last night of all nights. I checked his phone records at a comms tower. His phone went dark last night. Oh, wow.
Complicated.
Think he was up to something? It's one of the possible truths.
Come on, LD.
LD, I have something I think we should discuss.
He teleports his jacket rapidly becomes a human fly. Could you imagine Lydia with the head of Yuri, the arms of Doomjazz, and the legs of Sam, and the tits of Crimson? That sounds pretty nice, right? It'll be like a totem pole person with different parts. Whee! Wouldn't that be pretty cool?
Do you know anything about the murder of the martial guards outside of the council building?
Huh?
Not a thing, LD. I was working last night.
Why?
Why are your tire tracks on the penthouse?
The island feels bad, LD.
LD, that wasn't from last night. When was it then? A couple of weeks ago, I went up there to think. The sunset looks so good up there. Sure you weren't up to a little infiltration?
What the hell are you talking about?
You really think I was on the roof of the council building trying to break in?
Sure.
Somebody got in. Often go climbing? A new hobby?
I'm messing with you.
Never been one for physical pursuits. You know that, LD. So the repelling gear I found near tire tracks from your car on the roof of the council building doesn't belong to you? Can't say it does, LD. Sorry I can't be of more help. I found your knife outside the penthouse.
What?
What knife? It's a combat knife that's engraved with a message from Sam.
I'm messing with you.
You found my knife? I've been looking for that for ages. It disappeared a while ago. Disappeared?
Complicated.
Yeah, I couldn't find it one day. Like it just up and vanished.
Strange.
Uh-huh. Do many things vanish around here? Or is it just your knife that mysteriously vanished and then appeared outside a crime scene?
Come on, LD.
You never lost something before? Do you know why the blade is damaged?
I'm messing with you.
Not much need for a combat blade on this island, so it just became a tool. Pop the cap off a beer bottle, tighten the axle nut on the car, you know. Can I have it back? It's sentimental.
I don't like this.
Afraid not, Lydia. This is evidence. Do you know anything about the open grate on the council building?
What?
Grate?
Sure.
A maintenance hatch. It's been cut open and something dragged through it.
Alan feels bad.
Not sure why you'd think I know anything about that. I've got a scenario in my head that you fit into.
If you can prove it, sure.
Does that scenario include proof? That's what we'll find out in the trials.
The island feels bad, LD.
LD, I have something I think we should discuss. Oh wait, you keep telling me that. Here's the same reason why they wouldn't put your president and vice president on the same aircraft. Man, that's just no fun, man. Don't you want a little excitement in your life? You should put all the world leaders of every country on the same airplane. Just for some excitement. Alright. I'll be excited. What do you know about the second seal? It's a secret, LD. I've never been through that big door in the council building. What do you know about K-Hex's disappearance? Haven't seen him in a while, LD. Was hoping he'd turn up on my list of pickups last night. I thought he was just taking some time out, but he'd be ready to go to the next island.
The island feels bad.
I guess something bad happened. Have you poked around his place on the mountain? Did you see the Grand Marshal last night?
I'm glad you're back, LD.
Sorry, LD. Didn't see Akiko-chan. Have you asked her about it? Did you see the architect last night?
Come on, LD.
I didn't see her, LD. Was waiting for the call to pick her up. I heard she was at Witness's apartment, if that helps. Did you see Crimson last night?
Why?
Have you asked her yourself, LD? I didn't see her last night. Did you see the doctor last night? DJ said he was in his clinic all night. Have you asked him? Is there anything else you can tell me about Henry's movements last night?
What?
For real, LD? You need to speak to Akiko. Did you see Witness to the End last night? He's usually in his apartment. I heard Carm went up to see him, though. Went to see him. What do you know about the escape last night? You read the report, LD? That's all I know. You'd have to ask Akiko-chan yourself. What do you know about Henry's demonic possession 10 years ago? Henry caused the demons to corrupt this island, LD. You seen the Dead Zone? It's a nightmare rift we're not allowed into. If you're looking for more answers, try in there.
Pro, huh? You just thought of something that didn't come to mind when you were playing? Oh, is that so?
You have something you want to tell the investigator?
Come on, LD.
This is a sensitive subject, LD. For who? It's about someone on the island, but it might be something you don't want to hear about. I'm an investigator. The truth doesn't care about feelings. You know I told you that Yuri suddenly got ripped overnight? He became a new person? What if it was a god that did it?
What the hell?
You mean a blessing?
Damn it, LD.
Deception. That's dangerous talk. The goddess Enchanted Blue bestows physical gifts in return for devotion.
Come on, LD.
Deception by a god is a crime. I don't want to just accuse him.
I don't like this.
What makes you so sure? He's been going on and on about retrieving her body. She's dormant in the Sahara caverns in the real world. Yuri wants the council to authorize an op to go and get her. That's suicide. Enchanted Blue is guarded by elite custodians. I know. There's no way Montserrat would let it happen. I think that's why he's been pushing to get on the council. If he's been deceived, would he really kill the council? He's not going to be on the new council.
It's complicated.
What if he doesn't stop until he is? I'll keep your suspicions secret, but I'll look into it. Thanks, Lydia. May your specter gaze upon a star.
Okay. That was a bunch of stuff. Only exciting if it goes into controlled stall. Yes, it has only just come to mind during my questioning.
Saved.
My bajillions of questions.
Relic obtained.
Tropical demolition obtained. A tropical flavored drink full of electrolytes. It used to be called Sunset Beach, but the marketing team wanted to aim it at men. Men don't want to buy a drink that says beach in it. Is that what that lady wanted? Severed arm obtained. This was someone's arm. Horrific. That's an arm, alright. That's somebody's fucking arm. Let's say the lady in the apartments. Hmm.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Those crystals obtained.
Are you gonna tell me what this thing that came to mind during the questioning is, Toby?
Or is it a spoiler? I remember you wanted me to try meditating or something and talking or something like that. You're waiting for me to ask? Oh, I was waiting for you to tell. Funny how that works.
I heard that time separates passion from conspiracy. Where did you hear that? How should I know? I can barely keep this form together. Who knows where I was drifting? How much time did this crime take? Was it opportunity or a centuries-old plan? Time's a weird thing on these islands.
Lydia said she was on top of the council building to watch the sunset. Yeah, that's what her alibi was for the tire tracks. Let's go give this severed arm to that ghost lady. She's in this building somewhere. It doesn't look like there's anything more in the buildings. All that came to mind is the sunset on that side of the island. Well, is there a compass to tell which way is north, south, east, or west? Since this is a different reality, does the sun even set in the west? Maybe the sun sets in the north. I haven't been paying attention.
The investigator is here.
What are you looking for? It must have been undercover. Nobody saw them. The drag marks stopped on the beach, washed away by the sand. Where did they go?
that it?
I found this under the pier. What? Wait, is that... It is! Finally, I have proof that my neighbor was murdered. Thank God Justice Marshals weren't interested in helping me. They said it was an accident, but I knew it was murder. I guess I'll never know who did it. I suppose it doesn't really matter now, does it? It's not justice, but at least I have some peace now. Please, take these. Do not let citizen murders go uninvestigated.
Daw.
Crystal obtained.
Helper of searching ghost. Achievement unlocked. Uncovered a terrible crime and told the ghost about it. Aww. At least she's at peace now.
Ha. Ah. Ha. 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 Ugh. Ha.
How many dead bodies have you seen?
Enough to last a lifetime.
That must be a lot since you're immortal.
A lot has happened on these islands.
Really wicked shit, I bet. I'd love to have seen it.
Ha.
Lost crystal obtained.
God damn it.
Relic obtained.
Inaccurate alarm clock obtained. Time is meaningless on the islands, but citizens cling to these old signifiers from their old lives for comfort.
Lost crystal obtained.
I got some treats for you.
Here you go. Enjoy. Woof! Good girl.
Aww.
Woof, woof.
That's strange.
Aw, good girl achievement unlocked. Bear-chan deserved that treat. She's a good girl.
Yes, she is. Good girl.
A blood crystal? Why do you have a blood crystal?
Sure.
I don't know why I even question the things that happen on these islands anymore. Good girl. Thank you, Bear-chan.
Lost crystal obtained.
So cute.
Getting safe.
Who knows? I could have sworn it does from the beach. I mean, there's no time, is there? Is it time why? I don't think there's any way to tell what time it is. It's pretty much at midday right now, right? We'll just stare at the sun for the next 20 minutes. How's that sound? Sound like a plan? Nah, I'm not doing that. I lied. I'll talk to this ghost and see if I have whatever they need yet. Oh, yeah, I found that.
Have you found my envelope?
I have. Took some finding.
Oh,
Helper of Angry Ghost achievement unlocked. Found a letter that someone hoped would change the world. It did not, but still, it's the thought that counts.
thank you. Have you read it? Have you seen the truth? Will you help fight corruption?
Sure.
Your evidence is compelling. I will join your cause.
Really? You will?
Oh, it's such a relief.
For years, we've wanted someone with influence to join us, and finally, we have that. I feel like I've achieved my purpose. I can't take this to the next island. I'm already fading from this world. Please, you take it. Why did that demon give it to me anyway? Take it and build a better world.
Demon, huh?
Those crystals obtained.
Not even gonna question the demon part? Okay, fine. Such a disappointment? I am. I don't know why you keep watching me play video games when I keep teasing you. Yeah? What? That was overshot.
Relic obtained.
Island sequence 6 memento obtained. 6th island sequence. We unite in hope. A great light falls upon the island. Is it a message from an astral god? What are you saying? You know I gonna keep teasing you. As long as you're okay with that. Guess I should leave forever and ever. Oh, you keep being disappointed. You know what you signed up for. You know what you signed up for. I'm not jumping out of this. This near Crimson? I think it is. Ah! Been a while since we talked to you. I'll be all friendly with you anyway, right?
Crimson acid.
Yours doesn't hurt now and again, you know? Oh. What? Why does Doom Jazz have a photo of Akiko?
Business is business.
Gotta pay, lady. He was in a relationship. He still loves her. It didn't work out. She can't relate to people who aren't soldiers, and he can't keep his dick in his pants. Personal experience. You're one to talk?
What the hell?
Why does that give him motive for the council murder? The original secret.
Who knows?
Montserrat was planning on doing a similar operation that got Doom Jazz's father killed. A suicide mission for Akiko. Doom Jazz found out. So he'd kill the council to protect her. Wouldn't you kill a bureaucrat to save the person you love? Did you see Witness last night? I heard Carmelina went to visit him last night. You should speak to her. Any idea how I could track down a phone number? I have my ways. I can run a search for you. There's a service charge, of course.
Good work.
Thanks, lady. What's the number? 833-211-2ES 911-6RD. Let's see. Nothing. That number isn't registered to a phone on the island. Are you sure? There's no record?
Business is
Oh, hang on. You're right. I was wrong. Turns out I can't read and I can't do a simple phone number search, which I've done 1,000 times already. Good thing you checked.
sorry.
Sorry, doubt is a force of habit. Is there anything else that could have a number attached to it? Not a clue. You're going to need to go looking. Did you see the doctor last night?
Business is booming.
I know something about his clinic, but I won't charge you. Find the back door. Did you see Lydia and Sam last night? Lydia should have been doing her ferrywoman duties. The log at the gate should confirm something about that. Got time for a chat, Crimson? Tell me about your blessing. The 19th island incident?
I have my ways.
It was a weird island from the beginning. Strange feeling in the air. Like it was a powder keg waiting to go.
About 2 centuries into it, the demonic invasion happened.
Think it was a setup?
You mean by the Syndicate? A conspiracy? I don't think so. We discovered an Eden cult in the apartments. They'd convinced themselves a passing comet was the god. They were amateurs but managed to reach out into space. The demons flooded in.
Why was this invasion so bad?
Akiko and Marshals hit the cult hard. Real shock and awe response. The apartments were demolished before the corruption set in. We thought we'd got them, but the cult had a trick. There was a possessed cult member chained up in the sewers. The Marshals missed them in their sweep, high unsuccessfully wiping out the apartments. The guy in the sewers let the demons slowly seep into the island. The foundations of the island became rotten. Then the demons attacked. Swarms of them came from underground. Everyone took up arms.
So you fought the fight and got blessed?
Don't be coy.
Not just a pretty face lady. Akiko and her marshals were pinned down at the temple. I held the line at the council building. Akiko's never forgiven me. She was convinced the demon general would go for the temple. I believed otherwise. After the battle, the gods blessed me and I got this new head. Story time's over, lady. Be glad I didn't charge you for this. Go save paradise instead of hanging around in a sewer.
I'll be back for another story.
Serious doesn't hurt now and again, you know? Oh, I'm serious about investigating who murdered these folks. And I seriously find out. Sometimes on Wednesdays, I seriously shoot some aliens. Very seriously. I realized you were signing up for teasing. That's fair.
Nice doing business with you.
How many does she have?
Oh, I'm glad to be back. Business is booming.
You ducking and covering, Gina?
Business is business.
That's all I've got for you.
Starlight
What? That's it?
Is teasing a synonym of bullying? How so? One has malicious intent, the other does not. Am I maliciously teasing or something?
What have I done?
Bully's excuses were just teasing. What if it was actually just teasing, though?
What if it was actually just teasing?
Glimpse of serenity starlights can obtain. The start of the day is filled with so much promise. Anything could happen. It won't.
Starlight skins obtained.
Impassable space starlight skin obtained. This area of space can only be traversed by an ancient race of octopus-like creatures. Their bodies harden into crystals to protect them from innumerable micro maelstroms.
Starlight skins obtained.
Possible crucible starlight skin obtained. One school of thought claims this area of space is the crucible of life. Another school of thought contests that it isn't, but hasn't provided an alternative.
Starlight skins obtained.
A billion stars starlight skin obtained. All those ugh, I'm already reading the next line. All those stars looking down on us every night. Harrowing, isn't it? What do they want? Why do they watch?
Starlight skins obtained.
Teasing moon starlight skin obtained. The moon will be back. It has to be. It always is.
Starlight skin obtained.
Pop art starlight skin obtained.
The colors of paradise, huh?
That one looks like a concept art for the screen you see when you start the game. Cause like all of them's chilling out. Guess I'm done with you.
May your journey be endless, huh?
You don't know, you should eject me for entertaining the very thought. Well, I would say the difference between teasing and bullying, it depends on the recipient. If they're cool with it, that is cool.
Game saved.
If they're not cool with it, then it's not cool. You seem pretty chill about teasing. You do plenty teasing of your own.
Relic obtained.
Ha. Desirable Bearchan phone charm obtained.
Bearchan!
A famous dog on the island that saved a man's life.
Oh,
And no one though.
good!
Serious wouldn't go amiss sometimes. Oh, this was the one that wanted green. I think I have one. I don't know if I have two though. Yeah, I'm missing a second one. Oh,
Key item obtained.
well, I'm not missing it anymore.
Not anymore.
What? 2 doors? Electronically locked. Need to find the power switch for it. I probably already did. Have I hit it this one yet?
Relic obtained.
Acid's favorite obtained. Ooh boy, her favorite. I like how it says favorite with a U on the picture, on the can, but it says favorite without a U. Even though favorite has had a U like a bajillion times. Doesn't flavor also have a U though? Can they not decide which one they're doing? Or they're doing like British or American spelling? Acid's favorite obtained. A premium beer marketed by the arcane idol Crimson Acid. Citrus flavored and light. Perfect to drink in a bar with friends or at home alone, contemplating all those things you're going to do. Yeah, I'm totally going to do those things. I'm going to get around to them any second now. Yeah, totally. I've been there. It would be hypocritical of me to be offended by it. Nobody teases you like I do, and the reasons I do, after all. True, true, true. Have I been to that spot? Probably. Yep. Oh, look, now it's doored in there I've already been to because I jumped there. It's open. Rah! Cool. crest fit.
Those crystals obtained.
Cool. Thanks for going up. If I press the right button to jump anyway. Pretty sure I've been up this building before, but I missed it. Hear it too. Right there very briefly. Did I really walk right past this? I'm an idiot.
Relic obtained.
Recondite. What? Recondite? Ornate book obtained. What? Recondite? Is that a word? Recondite? Is that a word? It is. Little known. Abstruse. Little known, huh? Recondite. Little known ornate book obtained. Actually, while I'm here, is it ornate or ornate? I think it's ornate. I don't know why I keep thinking it's the other one. Yeah, it is ornate. I don't know why my brain wants to say the other way, though. I'm weird, I guess. Nobody teases you like I do, and nobody teases you like I do. An ornate collection of tales of the silent goat, given as a coming-of-age present. Many stairs.
Relic obtained.
Polished badge obtained. Insignia of a crime clan, ruled by crazy Davos, a fearful woman with an eye patch. Not one to be messed with. Sounds cool. Can I get her autograph? I don't think I've really been on this building then. Whoop. Now I'm all the way down. Oh boy, let's take up 2,500 stairs. Let's go. Whee! I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm not even looking at the screen. I refuse. I'm in a corner. Okay, let's try this again. Oh man. I guess I have to actually pay at least a little attention. I might just do this instead. Missions at the top.
Those crystals obtained. Relic obtained.
Nostalgic fallen rose obtained. Who knows where it fell from? Who knows who dropped it? I hope the rose made someone happy.
Relic obtained.
Wistful lover's padlock obtained. A padlock that symbolizes an endless love between two people. Yeah, okay. Anything else up here? Before I jump down anywhere?
Ha. Oh.
What are you doing there, man? I don't like that position. Ugh.
It stretches further than you think, Loved Eyes. This has been millennia in the making. This could bring the whole syndicate down.
The
Shinji.
investigator is here.
Shinji, did you kill the council?
Are you out of your mind, Loved Eyes? I'm a crippled demon that can barely maintain a physical form. I'm barely in this realm of existence. There's no way I can go crazy with a knife and kill the whole council. Besides, why would I kill the council?
Spite? You seem the type.
I ain't got time for spite. You syndicate aren't as big a deal as you think you are. Just cause you got your noble mission, don't mean you're shit. There are a lot of planets out there. Don't give me this shit about me killing them. I ain't one of your suspects. It's impossible.
Okay, bye. It makes the spelling up to pander to whiny Americans like you who can't stand the correct form of English words being used. Totally. It's all the way over there. It's totally what they're doing. Pandering to arrogant
British people who think theirs is the best. Their words are superior. How could you?
Can I get in here yet? I think I have all the things to unlock. Ernest, you can never be satisfied because you only whine. They tried to placate you.
Me? Whine if they tried to placate me? Never.
Only, like, all the time. Only all the time. I love you lots, though.
Good.
Hmm.
Nightmare computer unlocked.
Something on the dash card. Can't do it here. Oh, okay, I'll show. Oh. Alright, cute.
Very cute.
They're probably gonna be mad that I'm in here, but fuck you.
This is a restricted area. Get out of here, freak.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm the investigator appointed by Judge.
Irrelevant. These are martial grounds. I'll escort you out.
God damn it.
Get out.
Stay out, freak.
Got it.
I need to find a way in there. Truths may be hidden in the barracks.
I mean, I did find a way in there. I need to stealthily sneak past the enemies, I guess. Alright, it's time to pull out my knowledge from ground zeros. And throw empty weapon cartridges at the enemies. Eh. And shoot talking cameras.
This is a restricted
Oh.
area. Get out of here.
I have a bad feeling.
I wasn't even close to them. I'll probably have to do something to distract them first then.
Stay out.
Don't test me.
Hmm. Anyway. Hammer cries out in pain. Oh yeah, you did clip that. Repeating detecting, it's only 60 seconds long. That's the max amount of time you can make any clip, honestly. Default's usually like 30 seconds, I believe. Lots of crows here. Three years to go, Superstar. I've been stuck this state with you for 3 years. You would appear so. I think I saw that. Oop. A paltry 3 years. What are 3 years? 3 years are nothing. 3 years, psh, nothing. This is that statue, isn't it? I'm not jumping back up there. Oh, okay. I couldn't land on that. I slid off. Where am I? 4 years is a long time to you. I mean, okay. Fair point. Might be able to jump it from over there. Oh, surely it's only 2 and start staring mode. The Spelunky one? I mean, that's fair. I played that game pretty recently, right? Ground Zeroes feels like it was just yesterday. After all, when I click the date of this link, when I click this link to pull it up, it's gonna say just last week, right? Oh. That does not say just last week. Nah, close enough. It's pretty close to last week, you know? It's fine.
Starlight skins obtained.
Silent Watchers, Starlight Skin obtained. So many tragedies occur in apartment blocks. Tragedies both small and world-changing. The Aircon units see them all, but never speak. There is something over there? The fuck am I getting whatever's over there? I've looked at these paintings. Even 2 years is a long time being in my position. I think I need a good slap. Rope pull. Like that? Ow. Why'd I slap myself? I hurt! Do that again? Oh. Ow, 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 ow! I'm not doing that anymore. That just makes it worse. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I could have sworn there was something on this side, and then I didn't see it. I wish I had found my ability to see the collectibles by the time I was up here last time. Thank God I had my single jump and everything. I figure out which level this is on. A couple levels below, I think. Oh. Oh, wait, what? What the fuck? I get pushed around up here. I get pushed around! By the wind, maybe? I was getting pushed around by something. That's mildly terrifying. Wow. We did it.
Relic obtained.
Haunting sculpture obtained. A sculpture that shows up on every island. No one knows where it comes from or whether to fear it or not. I came all the way over here for a blue figurine. Blue statue? I did all this for shit for a blue fucking statue! Hey, you.
You reunite.
Enchanted Blue is secured by god hunters in the real world. She's in the pyramids hidden in the caverns in the Sahara.
The Syndicate exists to resurrect the gods. How can we sit idly by when a goddess is in the hands of the enemy?
Retrieving her would be a suicide mission. You're familiar with deception by gods, right?
What business is it of yours?
Like you? The disgraced freak? I haven't been deceived. That's a crime. Future counselors can't commit crimes, can we?
How did you go through such a big transformation? Enchanted Blue blesses those she deceives with physical perfection.
You're saying I'm perfect, freak? You like what you see?
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm not into little boys.
How dare you?
You're a joke freak. You're going to fail and go back to exile if you keep focusing on everyone except the killer.
What if you're the killer?
Is this the brilliance of your investigation technique? Just ask rhetorical questions and hope someone confesses? Judge made a mistake bringing you back.
I've scanned your phone. You can have it back now.
Believe me now, freak.
My job isn't to believe. I need proof.
And now you have proof.
The truth is revealed.
There's a 10-minute period where your phone went dark. Your alibi has a hole.
The investigator is here.
Lydia told me she lost contact with you last night during this 10-minute window. She tried to contact you while she was waiting at the Paradise Gates just before the murder.
And
Why?
Were you in the council building? You didn't want to be contacted?
Nonsense.
Of course not.
Worthless.
The reality folding drive might have disrupted the communications. At the end of an island, the folding drive does a final burst to power both islands during the transition. The radiation sometimes causes localized areas of communication and electrical interference.
That's weird.
That seems convenient.
You don't know me.
What do you want me to say? Your job is to direct Lydia when she moves us to the next island, right?
Pathetic.
What do you want now?
Sure.
What did you direct her to do right before the council murder? I asked her to take her husband Sam off the island. The end of island party was over and his bar could be shut down. What time was this? About 23:40, I think. Did you see the doctor last night? He said he was in his clinic. Ask him, not me.
A slap or an extensively indefinite break. I mean, I'm not sure the slap's gonna help as much as you might think. You might like it a little too much. You might be doomed, man. I think you've said that yourself, you're doomed.
You look like the kind of person that likes wine.
Don't make me laugh.
I do, a refined drink. I am able to enjoy expensive wine, better wine. More expensive doesn't mean better. Less popular grapes can give high quality at an affordable price.
Don't be naive, freak.
I don't think that's true, freak. It helps that I have access to older wines, always a sign of quality. That's not always true. Most wines are made to be consumed within their first 1 to 5 years. Trust me, freak, older is better. You're clearly not very experienced with wine.
You got nothing on me.
Not everyone can appreciate wine. It isn't something for novices or the lower class.
Damn, dude, could you sound any snobbier if you tried?
Nonsense. I don't think you know what you're talking about. The lower class are often jealous of those with more refined tastes. Goodbye, freak. Goodbye, Yuri.
Is he ever not being like a butthole? No, not in my opinion. Let's go talk to Carmelina was close by, right? Let's go talk to her. I just will talk to people while they're nearby. I'll talk to you first.
What do you want, food?
We have to go through this every time.
I like that one.
Just take me to see Carmelina.
I'll be good Carmelina's island.
What do you mean? Why would I like it? I have a feeling you might like it.
Sure.
Are you sure you were with Witness all night?
Craft is its own reward.
Yes, all night. And you didn't leave him for a moment?
Investigate.
Do you have something you wish to ask, Investigator?
Is this a fact?
What about when Akiko called him? Didn't he leave the room? He did leave the room to take the call on his balcony. People leave the room for other reasons as well.
Do your job.
Do you wish for me to recall each time either of us went to the bathroom? Did Witness look like he was in pain when the council were murdered?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know about his illness? Witness suffers greatly whenever someone dies on these islands, be they citizen or syndicate member. Last night he doubled over in pain, breathless in agony. He suffers so much when there is a death. How was Witness last night? Anything strange?
It is cowardly to insinuate, investigator.
He wasn't happy I was there. He seemed agitated. How did this behavior manifest? His mask lets you see more than he thinks it does. Surprise, confusion, worry.
Got it.
Do you think he was involved with the murder? That's not for me to say. I'm just trying to be helpful.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Investigator, can we discuss something of a delicate nature?
After we're done doing the dialogue here, sure.
Yuri claims that the reality folding drive caused a comms blackout last night. Is that something that can happen with the reality folding drive? Why are you asking me? The drive is operated by Masahiro Heavy Industries, but none of their representatives are left on Paradise. You're the architect, so I thought you might know something. I can't help you with the specifics, but there have been instances of the drive causing blackouts at the end of an island.
Sure.
Did you experience it last night? No, they are localized though, so that isn't to say it didn't happen. The drive performs a burst to power each island. It throws a lot of radiation and particles out into the air. If Yuri was in a patch of radiation, it would have caused a blackout temporarily.
I guess it's a good thing that they're immortal and can't get cancer.
I don't like this.
Guess it's a good thing. Like radiation? I'll just stand here, soak it in. Yeah. Good old radiation.
Do you think it is convenient that it happened around the time of the murder?
This is nonsense.
Do you? That's what I'm trying to work out. Yuri is a loyal member of the Syndicate. You'd do well to focus on the real suspect instead. Did you see the doctor last night?
We have achieved perfection.
I didn't. At the crisis meeting, he said he was in his clinic. Did you see Lydia and Sam last night? You need to speak to Yuri, investigator. He was Lydia's handler last night.
What?
Nah. So rude.
What is the point of all these questions, investigator? I'm just trying to get to know you, architect. The Syndicate has changed in my time away.
Do your job.
How does getting to know me relate to the case? All it seems to be doing is delaying you from executing Henry. What do you do as the architect?
Craft is its own reward.
I craft and enable dreams. Each island needs to be thoroughly designed. I plan every square inch. It takes centuries. The islands are given form by the Council's psychic will. I transmute that psychic will into physical form.
Damn, we just need to give this lady a copy of Tropico, right? Tropico 5? That's islands, right? Or something. She'll be good, right? She doesn't need to take centuries.
You followed in your parents' footsteps. My mother and father had a unique gift, one that they taught me. The gift was part of the Silent Goat's blessing when the Syndicate was formed. We needed somewhere to live outside of the real world. How do you transmute the Council's will? I have never been able to describe it. It is just a feeling. When they meditate and visage the island, I am able to open psychic pathways to a new reality and let the island take shape. The Syndicate would be lost without you.
We have achieved perfection.
I live to serve.
I beg your pardon?
And the world would give you that idea that you would like a slap? A little too much? You seem to like everything else a little too much. So, yeah. You know. You know. Everything else, yeah. No matter what I do, you're fine with it. Crazy. What does that mean? It means what it means. What are you crying for? Smiles. I'm just saying is that's why I don't believe that it would work. I think you'd be like, oh yeah, harder next time. No, I'm just kidding.
You have something you want to tell the investigator?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know if this is relevant, but I will disclose it. At midnight, Witness was fiddling with his phone.
Sure.
Did you see what he was doing? I didn't.
Don't test me.
Midnight was when the council were murdered. We were in the middle of conversation. He abruptly took out his phone and started using it. He was tapping at it for a few seconds. Did he step out of the room?
This is nonsense.
No, why do you ask?
I don't like this.
That means he wasn't making a call, or if he was, it wasn't one that was answered.
The investigator is...
Did he say what it was about? No, he acted like nothing happened. Thank you, architect.
I beg your pardon?
You have more to talk about?
Something concerns me about Witness. Some of us become more complicated as our lives go on. Others do not. I can see it behind his mask. He's changed since I've been gone. Witness has become gripped with religious hysteria. He believes that we have strayed too far from the path. Montserrat wanted to protect the new island with a tighter grip on the Syndicate. In Witness's eyes, our leader was not placing enough importance on resurrecting the gods. Montserrat was furthering the Syndicate, not our holy mission.
Got it.
And that does make him a sinner.
Maybe what you want.
Don't be short-sighted. The Syndicate are hampered by demonic invasions and the deaths of our homes. Montserrat was playing a longer game. Build a perfect island, rule it perfectly, and then focus on the gods. Our divided attention was getting us nowhere. Witness had grown infuriated with Montserrat. They were like baying dogs in Syndicate meetings. Witness voted against every one of Montserrat's proposals.
The investigator is here.
Is there anything else? When a man becomes complicated, he often withdraws. Witness is no different. He needed time with his thoughts. His sanctuary was his apartment. It became rare to see him. I've wondered what he does up there.
The investigator is here.
Is this privacy more than usual? We would almost never see him. He would only leave his apartment to attend Syndicate meetings, and only then it was to scream religious proclamations at us. That was one of the reasons I went to see him last night. I was worried. I needed to know he was fine at the final end of an island. Thank you for your candor, architect.
Whatever.
May the silent goat walk with you.
Everyone gets their own formal farewell. I doubt I'll reach the moon, though. I doubt there's anything over here. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. What if crouched walk in air? That is your right. I would! And I would! Aw, man. You didn't have anything hiding here, did you? Oh.
My old gun.
Oh. You can't get it. I did read that. I thought I missed it for a second. It's gonna be like the final relic, I guess. You're correct. I'm correct. I'm doomed. Doomed.
Blood crystal obtained.
I should go across the bridge. Whee! There's no way out but physically out. Ooh, what's over there? Well, that's probably those gold statues, right? Well, I really missed one right there. What?
Relic obtained.
Island sequence 13, memento obtained. 13th island sequence. Shame of Lady Love dies. She is deceived by damned Harmony. He tries to let the god hunters on to the island to kill us. Praise be to the Paradise Trigger for saving us. Why is it the 13th one? Why's it gotta be 13? I don't know why, but I don't like that number too much. I can't think of why. Numbers are kind of fuzzy. Nothing about it. Have I not actually been up here? Yeah, I actually haven't been up here. I thought I'd been up here, but I guess not. Said the opulent what? Not some opulent whatever.
Getting saved. Fast travel unlocked. Starlight skin obtained.
Inverted pyramid, starlight skin obtained. Every pyramid has an inverted doppelganger on another planet. They are linked. One cannot exist without the other. Ziggurat? What?
Relic obtained.
Lucky doll obtained. So many things get dropped during the rush to be sacrificed at the end. Well, this is where they murdered all the people? Wow. Seems like a chill place. There's some red marks down there. Directions, that's just way too strong and lovely. How terrible. That sounds like a terrible problem to have. That's about as terrible as being swarmed with kittens. It's a terrible problem. Can I read that? Oh. Just need some terrible interactions. Interesting. Okay, I'll start. Wait, I can't think of anything. Too hard. Island sequence 14, memento obtained. That one looks kind of cool. Is that like a blue palm tree? 14th island sequence. Celebration! Our worship reinvigorated one of our beloved rulers. Lost Pain awoke from slumber on the dark side of the moon. Isn't that bad? Did they not know he was gonna fucking murder everybody at that time? Is Shinji up there or the sky? The sky. Looks like there is some stuff up there. See if we can go in that building. looks like it.
Relic obtained.
Statue mind obtained. A fruit juice designed to aid concentration during worship. Offered at a discount price during rituals. Rest in peace, everybody.
Relic obtained.
Beautiful specter carving obtained. A carving detailing the history of the god Beautiful Spectre. Master of the astral hunt. The unending skeleton. Scourge of the Caliber solar system. So if her name's his or her name is Beautiful Spectre, right? Why is beautiful not capitalized? Because.
Relic obtained.
Moonlight Petal carving obtained. A carving about the god Moonlight Petal. Expert terraformer and architect. Built the eternal labyrinth in a dead star. Killed during this great betrayal in her endless city in Siberia. Her corpse is currently buried deep within the Russian catacombs. Yeah, blood. Get that blood flowing, right?
There's an awful lot of random crap scattered around the island, isn't there?
They're vignettes of lives once lived.
That's a poetic way of saying trash. Trash! You're just scooping it all up, are you?
The answers to mysteries are everywhere.
Sorry, I'm keeping you from your hobby of collecting garbage. Don't let me interrupt.
These controls seem to move the walkways across the pools. I wonder if I can find the right combination to let me cross. There, I can walk across now.
Cool.
Ah!
Hall of the Dead. Achievement unlocked. Access to hall filled with black marble. Couldn't I have just double jump zoomed over here? I think I could have. Just for a blood crystal, yeah.
Crystal obtained.
I think I could have easily done that. Ooh, wait, it actually goes over here. What's over here? Have I got everything I want from this room? Nope.
Ha. Ha. Ah.
Relic obtained.
Vile Embrace carving obtained. A carving about the god Vile Embrace. The horrifying twins journeyed across the stars to find new races to dissect. A carnal god whose worshippers engage in extreme sex. Okay. Alright. Alright.
Those crystals obtained.
Alright. Guitar gets terrible when I'm still as I am. Oh, my basic data clip just got you thinking out loud. I told you you can soliloquize as much as you want.
Relic obtained.
Destroyed Eden carving obtained. A carving that details the god destroyed Eden. Huge centaur god that roams space. He made a crown of asteroids and filled their caves with harems of fanged men he encountered on a dying planet.
Relic obtained.
Time-worn blood bowl obtained. A bowl used to collect blood during the slaughter ritual. After filling a bowl, a reveler, I don't know, is allowed to take no more than one sip before passing it on. They did a pretty bad job of holding off the blood. There's like blood everywhere.
Those crystals obtained.
Did a terrible job, man. This is like every blood temple in the whole world is right in here.
Relic obtained.
Shadow Zero carving obtained. A carving about the god Shadow Zero. Capricious god that caused destruction on every planet she touched. Tentacle-armed goat. Tentacles, huh? There's a couple up there.
Relic obtained.
Faulty worn stamp obtained. When a citizen completes their allotted worship quota in a day, their report card is stamped. It is also stamped for over worship. Okay. Wait, where was the second one? Oh. Ah.
Those crystals obtained.
Those are outside the walls. I think that's everything in this room. Rest in peace, all the humans. Blah.
Hello? Hello?
I know, it's just because it's soliloquy about, well, you know what? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Make a graveyard. You get their fancy black marble graveyard.
Those crystals obtained.
For being immortals, they're sure pretty good at dying, aren't they? That's a lot of bodies here. A lot of gravestones.
Those crystals obtained.
Wait, so how do I do this?
It's a real shame about the murder, isn't it? Hard to have a good time when everyone's so worked up. I'm trying, though. I really am. I'm off to hunt crows.
Oh, okay. I don't think I did it properly. Can't read any of the gravestone markers.
Nightmare computer.
This is the grave of Ais Kiwami. He was old school syndicate and one of the council members. The grave plaque says he died 25 years ago. There's an inscription. Heartbreakers, lifesavers, and brothers under the cosmos.
Oh, I was trying to figure out where's the heads. Heads are just lines. Please to ban unless you don't want to.
I'll never want to.
Too bad for this guy's legs. Bleh. Okay.
Nightmare computer unlocked.
Got it.
Ais Kiwami's blood vial. This island is built on blood. Blood connects all secrets. What about Henry's blood?
I have a bad feeling about this. I
Damn,
don't like this.
a match.
Sure.
Oh.
Ais was Henry's father. That's exciting.
I had a feeling that Henry's dad was one of the syndicate people because they didn't know his dad was. That means he's a big shot, not just some random citizen. I wasn't expecting a council guy who's already dead, though.
A council member had a relationship with a citizen, and now we have Henry.
Key item obtained.
Ais Kiwami blood sample obtained. A sample of blood taken from the grave of Ais Kiwami. Well, I guess let's go crack this one. Whose is this anyway? I didn't say anything.
Nightmare computer.
This one's much simpler. I'm supposed to come here early game and just do this shit, right?
Nightmare computer unlocked. lights and move tagging.
Blood vial. Grace bloodlines obtained. Oh, the exorcist guy? Blood vials are sealed into coffins so they can't be used illicitly after death. Why is One Last Kiss directing me to Grace Bloodlines' blood vial? This is the grave of Grace Bloodlines, Henry's murder victim from when he was arrested. Starlight can verify that this is her blood vial. Haunted, complex, crescent, drifting sands, satellite. That's her unique blood code. This is Grace Bloodlines' blood vial. Why does One Last Kiss want me to find this? Oh.
Mysteries are around us.
Haven't seen you in a while.
Do you understand, investigator?
Starlight confirms this is Grace Bloodline's blood vial.
Haunted, complex, crescent, drifting sands, satellite. That's the blood code from the from the vial, correct?
The investigator is here.
You could only know that code if you were Grace Bloodlines, our chief exorcist. You were murdered by Henry when he was arrested.
Looking pretty not murdered.
But are they the truth? What mysteries are around us?
What keeps someone from moving on? An obligation, a purpose, an unending rage?
Nanny, the hell?
I was down in Nani Dale. It's weird.
Your murder was set up? Or was it in the wrong place at the wrong time? Who can say? The truth is all around you, investigator. You should read this.
What is it?
The official report of the murder of Grace Bloodlines.
What about the Holy Seals?
I'd been waiting for that question.
Do you know something about them?
Another time, investigator.
Crime is repulsive.
Wait, I'm not done with you.
Investigator, aren't you happy about last night?
Don't test me.
Hard to be happy about a mass murder.
That depends on your perspective. You have benefited directly from this mass murder. No more exile for the great investigator.
There is corruption on this island, investigator.
I can't believe she didn't roll that. Corruption.
Demonic taint is the least of our worries when the syndicate is rotten. The council deserved nothing less.
Got it.
Sounds like you have motive.
There is corruption on this island, investigator.
The syndicate is built on dead bodies. Egos and ambition can only be sustained by death.
Who would benefit from a crime like this?
I'm a casualty on the path, left to bleed out for someone's benefit. Can you imagine what benefit that would be, investigator? The council deserved to die, sliced to ribbons. Tell me about this corruption. The syndicate is full of plotters and conspirators. So many of them have their little games. Last night someone played the winning hand.
Are you intending to obstruct an investigation?
Not at all. I am here to help. Where were you at the time of the murder? I have no alibi, investigator. You're the only person on this island that knows I exist. And how did you murder the and did you murder the council? Of course not, investigator. They deserve to die, but they deserve to be murdered by someone else. I have a vested interest in the whole system coming down, not just the top players. If I may offer some advice, the syndicate are all backstabbers. If you believe there is a conspiracy, break one of the suspects at trial. They'll crumble and will turn on each other. I look forward to our next conversation, investigator. I do hope you have more interesting questions.
One last kiss.
I think we know who she is now. Grace Bloodlines.
That's weird.
She disappeared. She's a spirit lingering in this world driven by rage and revenge. Perfect!
Ooh, the investigator is here.
There's more to her death than the official story. If she was murdered as part of some kind of plot, that gives her real motive for killing the council. Let's look at the report of her murder.
thought you just said she was a spirit. How's a spirit gonna kill a council?
Henry became possessed, and the arresting officer was Akiko. Akiko requested the presence of Grace bloodlines, the Syndicate's exorcist. During the exorcism, Akiko left the room and Henry took the opportunity to kill Grace by strangulation. His demonic strength allowed him to break through his restraints and quickly kill her. He apparently carved the same symbols scorched into his skin into Grace's body.
I don't like this.
Before his arrest, Henry murdered his own mother, Rena Division.
Don't test me.
He strangled her and scorched her body with demonic sigils.
I guess that's his preferred method.
Doom Jazz examined the bodies and confirmed it. Henry was subdued, arrested, and pronounced guilty without a trial. One Last Kiss seems to think this isn't so straightforward. I need to speak to Akiko about the lapse in procedure and Henry to see if he remembers anything, which is unlikely.
I'm gonna get called an Enorotito some more.
Maybe Doom Jazz can help since he examined the victims.
What's the crows in here? What are you? Those are rolls were just a matter of procedure, sir. Nothing to get worked up over. No, that's just outside. Don't you know? I was just reading dialogue, okay?
Ha, ha. Ha.
Those crystals obtained.
There's no procedure in something that sounds so beautiful. Oh. Who's that?
Ha.
Oh, she's just chilling out up here.
Fast travel unlocked. Game saved.
Well, now as my heartbeat PM hits at least 270. Oh no, I think I'm joking. That sounds pretty dangerous. I don't recommend going that fast. Slow down a little.
Obtained.
Symbols of secrets Starlight Skin obtained. Do they have secrets? Good. How much do they cost? Can I buy them? What's your price?
One last kiss.
Do you think this was all Henry?
The truth is all around you, investigator.
Aren't you paying attention, investigator? Of course I don't. I've seen people doing things. Loyal servants turned to conspirators. Someone found out how to breach the council building. I was there. I saw them. A devilish plan.
Sure.
Who? That would be far too easy.
Ha. She's like, I could tell you who it was, but that'd be too easy. What's the point of this game then? If I tell you, you know?
Very direct, investigator.
Don't test me.
It's been a long millennia. I'm a little cranky.
Are you happy with your truths?
What if there were no more islands to end? Someone wouldn't have a job to do. Witness? And who would benefit from a crime like this? Who would suddenly be called upon to protect against danger?
Got it.
Akiko?
Mystery awaits.
Time to start asking questions, investigator. What do you know about Akiko?
You paying attention, investigator?
When you have a hammer, all you see are nails. She's been trying to roll more power into her marshals.
That's strange.
Power? Akiko wants non-military roles to be taken by her troops. I was on her list. She saw dealing with demons as only as a military problem.
Do you understand, investigator?
Exorcisms shouldn't be done by soldiers. They're not trained for it. Akiko disagreed. So why kill the council? Scare the next council into militarizing. Create a soldier's paradise.
What mysteries are around us?
Do you think that's enough of a motive? Did you see Henry while you were floating around the island last night? Did I? Didn't I? I don't want to say.
I don't like this.
Why?
Aren't you paying attention, investigator?
That's the key to this whole thing. You need to investigate it yourself. One last kiss is the devs going like, just play the game! What can you tell me about the sigils scorched into Henry's skin? Demons speak in arcane tongues. During a possession, the demon is screaming in rage. The victim screams in the tongue of the demon, but the noises humans are capable of making are too limited.
Laughable.
Oh, really? We cannot pronounce demonic languages. We don't have the vocal range or understanding. Repair vocal range. Or understanding. So if we don't even have the vocal range, a dictionary is not going to help, right? Sometimes the demon's psychic force wills the words into existence. This can take a number of forms. Telepathy, unearthly sounds, loss of vision, and so on. In Henry's case, the white-hot rage of the demon caused the sigils to be scorched on his body. His body was burned from the inside. His insides are probably destroyed. His physical form is being held together by the demon. Oh, so even if you exorcise him, he's fucked. He's dead. Poor kid! Do these sigils affect anyone else? Those he comes into contact with will also have them scorched into them.
The investigator is here.
What kind of contact? A strong embrace. The skins need to be pressed against another's skin for several seconds. The same sigils were found drawn in blood at the crime scene. Would Henry have done these?
Do you understand, investigator?
Drawing is an expression of the human mind. When you draw, you communicate something in your mind outwards. The demon has already found a way to express its emotions outwards by scorching Henry's body. It will never be correct. It's so sad. The demon already has a canvas. It doesn't need another one. You think someone drew those symbols to frame him? So why are those symbols at the scene? That's for you to find out, investigator. I'm only an expert on demons, not crime scenes.
Got it.
Did the demon make Henry draw them?
You happy with your truths?
The demon does not control Henry. It causes him to act, but he chooses how to act. Do you see the difference? Like a boss that tells you what to do, not how to do it. Precisely. If Henry were to do that, he'd be doing it under his own volition. I don't know about you, but I can't draw characters from a language I don't understand. Pretty calm and dangerous, but I've learned to try and assess the risks. Oh, I see. Tell me why Witness might want to kill the council. Witness is damaged. He's whipped himself up into a religious craze. He's started thinking things that shouldn't be thought about.
That's weird.
What things? He's become apocalyptic, fatalistic, convinced the end is upon us. How does a ghost know this? Before I died, he came to see me. He had questions about demons, and I was the exorcist after all. He'd become fixated on the idea that a sea of demons could crash upon the island and wipe us out. A flood sent by the gods to wash away sin. What did he want to know from you?
What mysteries are around us?
Are there signs to look for? Can we divine from the stars if a flood is coming? Harmless questions from someone who has the responsibility of overseeing the end of the islands. His role is to look for signs that an island is going to end, and to make sure the death and birth happen properly.
Do you understand, investigator?
The innocuous questions came first. Then he started asking about initiating a demonic invasion or using demons as weapons. Uh-oh.
That doesn't sound too good. Why ask about that? He dressed it up in pretense about the warning signs of the end of an island. I'm not a fool, though. You don't ask those questions unless there is dark intent.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
What did you tell him? How demons enter the islands, how possession works. All standard topics that everyone in the syndicate is educated on. So why was he asking? I think he was hoping for some nuance or detail that wasn't public knowledge. I didn't give anything away. There are forbidden secrets that the Exorcist's guard.
Crime cannot hide.
Let me ask a direct question. Do you think Witness was trying to use demons to cleanse the island? That I can't say. He certainly was fixated on it, though. Did you see Yuri last night?
Facts, but are they the truth?
He was in the gardens, investigator. But what if there was a gap? You should speak to Lydia. Did you experience a comms blackout last night from the reality folding drive burst? It would be very convenient for that to happen last night, wouldn't it? I think whoever told you that is lying. What do you know about the second Holy Seal?
Do you understand, investigator?
The mystery of mysteries. What is it? What's the secret? A closely guarded secret. People have found the answer.
Sure.
Who? That's too easy.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm a busy woman. You are, but the path is worth treading. I have seen things, people talking, things being discarded. You'll need to search behind contrivances. In your professional opinion, could the demon possessing Henry keep Henry alive in the depths of space? There haven't been any recorded incidents of it, but the universe is a vast and mysterious place. When a demon possesses a person, they fuse with them, sometimes purely physically, sometimes only physically. What? Huh? Huh? Isn't that the same thing? Sometimes purely physically, sometimes only physically. Huh? Don't those say essentially the same thing? Was one of those supposed to be mentally or something? This is where you insert that cat gif you showed me, W, with the question marks. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Hold on. I'm a risk worth taking.
Yeah, that's right.
Henry's demon did both. It exerts a significant power over Henry. Enough power to allow his body to withstand a vacuum. Demons are not from our planet. They come from the most terrifying reaches of the cosmos. They are attuned to space in a way we can never be. Some demonic races exist only as psychic shadows. Some navigate the edges of black holes. Some bend cosmic energy into huge cities. The right demon could definitely hold the human body together while outside of our world. What about physically feeling out and manipulating a lock on another planet? The second Holy Seal sounds thrilling, investigator. It varies from race to race, but most demons understand space far better than us. They understand that the cosmos isn't just physical, it exists as a psychic plane as well. Some demonic races can see the psychic shape of space. They can see the essence of everything and how it is linked on planes we can't comprehend.
Got it.
What are the chances of the demon possessing Henry being one that can hold his body together in the vacuum of space and physically perceive the inner workings of a secret lock?
Who would benefit from a crime like these?
What are the chances of the council being murdered and the exiled investigator being brought back? Slim, then? You need to decide what the truth is. Tell me more about what happened. I received a call from our dear Grand Marshal. She had arrested someone that was possessed and needed an exorcism. I was meeting with Architect Carmelina at the time. A meeting about what? The next island, Perfect 25. One of her obsessions has been creating structures which repel demonic corruption. Corruption. I can't remember. I almost forgot. She asked me to come with me to view the exorcism.
What the hell?
Is that normal? No, but I understood her interest.
There's only one cat gift I want to start for you. I see.
Me arrived and she inspected the scene before I started my exorcism. She left to wait outside of the apartment. Henry was secured and Akiko stepped out of the room to speak to Carmelina. I slipped into my meditative trance to perform the exorcism.
Truth is all around.
Planes of existence swirled around me. I was lost in the maelstrom with no sense of place or direction.
Enjoy perfect man sank
Then the life was being choked out of me. I have no idea who the attacker was or which direction they came from. I died, murdered.
So she didn't actually know who killed her. So maybe it wasn't Henry and he was just framed for it.
A short while later, I was floating above the island. I felt an all-consuming rage. I drifted towards the heavens, but my fury allowed me to claw my way back onto the island. Now, here I am.
The investigator is here.
These islands, huh?
Aren't you paying attention, investigator?
More than you know. What do you know about K-Hex's disappearance? Another mystery for the great investigator. I don't know what happened to him, but he's still on the island somewhere.
I mean, his body is.
Did you see the Grand Marshal last night?
The truth is all around you, investigator.
Speak to the Grand Marshal, investigator. See if you believe her. Did you see the architect last night?
Mystery awaits.
Have you asked witness? Convenient she was there, isn't it? Did you see Crimson last night? You should speak to her, investigator. She doesn't have an alibi anyone can corroborate. Did you see the doctor last night?
Mystery awaits.
This clinic holds a secret.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it does. Pretty much every building holds a secret. I go find illegal distillery shit. I go find that. Isn't that door broken, though, or something?
Did you see Lydia and Sam last night?
Those are facts, but are they the truth?
The logs at the Paradise Gates will confirm several things. Their alibis and their time frame. Consider the time frame, investigator. Did you see Witness to the End last night?
Who would benefit from a crime like this?
Witness and Carmelina spent the evening together. I wonder if that means anything. What do you know about the escape last night?
Who would benefit from a crime like this?
Everyone is lying. What about the distance and time? Have you checked that? Did Henry go through the Syndicate HQ? He'll have been logged if he did. Do you know anything about the murder of the Marshal Guards outside of the Council building?
Aren't you paying attention, investigator?
The Council building is awash with evidence, investigator. Check everywhere. What secrets does the sea hold? What about reaching for the sky? What do you know about Henry's demonic possession 10 years ago?
Aren't you paying attention, investigator?
Was his possession when these wheels were set in motion? You should find out. What if someone set him up? What if this was part of the plan? What if someone needed to trigger the end of the island? What if someone accessed the grimoires in the library?
I know, right?
Got time to chat? I have all the time in the world. Until the island ends.
Sure.
I want to ask you about being deceived by a god. You're the expert in that, aren't you, investigator? You are our exorcist. You're the expert in all things astral. I want to know how it happens. The victim catches the attention of a god. The god begins to speak to them in their dreams. Why do you think you caught the attention of a god? I was the head of the Paradise Psycho Unit. A perfect target for the machinations of a god looking for power.
Dreadful.
Damned Harmony saw an opportunity with you. The key that would unlock the Syndicate. He wanted to kill us all and feed off the released psychic energy. The Immortal Syndicate have a lot of energy to give off. He might have resurrected. I almost let it happen. Ah, do not swim in the sea of guilt, investigator. Deception is subtle and insidious. You were a victim, criminalized by the narrow minds of others. You showed them their own weakness and they were frightened.
Those are facts, but are they the truth?
Stay out of the shadow of your past, investigator. Oh. What was Montserrat's plan? With regards to demons?
Laughable.
Millennia ago, he would never have gone along with Carmelina's plan. He changed. He wanted control. All rulers do. The Syndicate wasn't reviving gods fast enough. We were struggling with the demons, a continual thorn in our sides. Carmelina's plan to block demonic corruption is flawed. The demons would be repelled from the island structures, but would still possess our cattle. They will scapegoat the citizens. He could come down fiercer on them. A nice move for an aspiring despot.
What the hell?
That isn't the Montserrat I remember. Immortality isn't a good thing. It warps the mind. He followed in the footsteps of Ezekiel. They went too far. The new island is born. You will have to live with it.
I'm glad to be back.
I love having something to look forward to. You really see? Do you know what GIF it is? It might be a profile, not Bob. Maybe. How has Carmelina demon-proofed the island? Demons and gods are just alien beings from different worlds. They enter our world through psychic pathways that bridge huge distances in the universe. Traveling along a pathway breaks down the demon's form. Their psychic image crosses space and gathers as solid matter when they arrive on the island. The marshals hunt those demons down and exterminate them. Soldiers have their uses, after all. When demons don't manage to assume a fully corporeal form, they soak into the physical structure of the island.
The investigator is here.
And the island becomes corrupted.
Have you been attention, investigator?
The rot sets in and the island must end. Carmelina and Masahiro Heavy Industries developed a new technique that repels this corruption. Their plan is to charge the particles in our air, stopping demons from being able to latch on to the physicality of the island. The very concrete will repel the demons.
That's strange.
Does that mean that Perfect 25 will be filled with demons floating around in the air? That's the dirty secret. Demons will still come to the island. They need somewhere to go. The next best thing to the island's structure are the minds of citizens. Perfect 25 will be a hotbed of demonic possession. Human minds are malleable and porous. Unlike concrete, we have a certain amount of latent psychic ability. The structure of the island will be safe and permanent, but the citizens are the sacrifice being made to the pursuit of perfection.
I have a bad feeling about this.
The marshals will be busy. And so will you if you get to reform the Paradise Psycho Unit.
Sure.
That's not my priority. It will be. How is a god's deception different to the illegal communication that allows demons onto the island? Do you believe a human has the same ability to speak across the vast and infinite cosmos as a god? We are amateurs at opening the psychic pathways. The pathways are weak and easy to breach. The gods can speak across the universe without attracting the baying demonic hordes.
Do you understand, investigator?
The victims' dreams are filled with visions of the gods. They become the gods' thrall, executing their will for promises of power. The victim doesn't realize it has happened. It is subtle, insidious.
Sorry.
That's how it was with me.
Laughable.
Syndicate hasn't worked out how to deal with god deception yet. The actions you take at the behest of a god are criminal, but you're a victim of the god. I hope that answered your question. It did, thank you. Oh no! Did we finally finish? May you always live in the shadow. I guess I finished speaking to her for about 5 hours. 124, 145, 20 minutes. That was 20 minutes. I was beginning to think I was going to read an essay. I was beginning to feel like I was playing something else. What's going on here? Yes, and more than one of them, so you know it's a big one. Mwah! Oh, okay. Okay.
This looks weak. I could probably smash it with something.
But I was trying to see if I could fall on it. I guess I'm not rotund enough.
Those crystals obtained.
Chloe, come help me out, please. Know what to do.
Hey, Chloe! Chloe!
Oh, she won't wake up. She won't wake up. She's sleeping. Like. No longer than I normally would for Saturday. Are you free tomorrow? I am. I can treat tonight like a Friday night. Allows me some more time to work on this game and make sure it's done by the 15th too. Speaking of time, 12 more minutes though, babe. 12 more minutes. And then my time skips ahead an hour. And all of a sudden it will be 3 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. So I lose an hour. So sad. 1 hour less. But oh well. We'll be a little bit closer in terms of time zones. Won't that be exciting? Ah. Wait, I'll still start after 2 a.m.
Relic
I
obtained.
think I'll start after. Oh, what's this? More refreshing than a cosmic something or something. Drank a lot of refreshing beverages. Ah, we drank a lot of refreshing beverages. Oh, okay. The sweetest taste achievement unlocked too. Acquire elusive chocolate. Oh, okay. A 2-for-1 special. A 2-for-1 special. The elusive chocolate obtained. A chocolate flavored drink with only sold in remote locations. Hard to find, but worth it.
Well done on drinking every drink.
Wow, really? That's all the vending machines?
You must need to pee something hellish. Listen, I got you a little something to say thanks. How'd you like a new Starlight skin? This one's real good. Here you go. Thanks. This is it, I guess. Good luck. Enjoy the end of the island. See you on the next one.
Starlight skins obtained.
Oh, is this one real good? CD soundtrack cover obtained. The cover of the Paradise Killer OST on CD by Josie Salat. Josie. What's that? What's that? I don't know. Fuck off. Fuck if I know. Wait, like Josie and the Pussycat? I don't know. Wrongly, I wish you omitted the time zones in that sentence or added comma. What? Probably not.
Those crystals attained.
Ha.
Should say it is. Oh. That's terrible, Dolby. Terrible.
Ha. Ha. Ah.
As you know, what's the I made it. Ooh, how do I get up to the top of that? You're a little too high there.
Ha. Ha.
Not climbing up on that. Ever worried about all 10 of them? Please no, bam. Unless you want to. Never! Still isn't that close to the top of the building. Where did it go? Wasn't there one up at the top? Can't really see it. Oh. Unless I was seeing that one. Can I climb that? I don't think I can climb that. There. What? What? Fuck off. Fuck off. I don't think I can get on top of that one. Better not be on top of that. What's on top of that one? No! I live here now. It's my new home.
Starlight skins obtained.
Holy refinery, Starlight Skin obtained. An armed cult took over a refinery on the coast. The authorities discovered an enclave of bizarre fishmen on golden thrones. The fuck? I suppose it would be exciting, but I'm sure times will remain the same, and about a week later, ours will do the same. I know, right? Can't see if anything's up there, huh? Is that guy's house? The guy died. It is. It's my bath now. Love to know I'll be closer in time zones. That's right. We will be.
The night is so wonderful on Paradise. It's my favorite time. The air dances. On the tip of my tongue, the taste of 1,000 possibilities. The whiskey tastes better in the late hours.
You're right. Whiskey was made for the night. The closer to midnight, the better.
What's with the Bible thumb?
Deep breath, man. It'll be okay. We'll survive the time zone change. Oh, 1:59, huh? Here we go, last minute.
Relic obtained.
No warning, whiskey obtained. A work of stultifying incompetence that hates its drinkers. Wrong answer. I don't like the sound that this power plant makes. I don't like the little electrical zappy sounds. It bugs me. I think that camera clip has got me all sappy feeling. I think it's called nostalgia. Oh no, now it's 3 a.m. How'd that happen? I've now been playing an extra hour all of a sudden. The 2 a.m. plus 1. I know, right? Oh, I thought it was sitting on this. Where was it sitting on? Huh? Oh, just you. Just you. Some more words of wisdom for me.
You notice the clouds?
I have a bad feeling about this.
What about them? They break. You see them flicker every so often.
Got it.
This reality is dying. The wheels are starting to come off.
What else is going to break?
Everything and nothing, probably.
Something to look forward to.
What tastes more lonely than nostalgia? What? A while since I saved.
Getting saved.
Hmm. Hmm?
Relic obtained.
Island Sequence 9 memento obtained. Ninth Island Sequence. The oceans boil as an army of demons descend on us. Natasha Silence dies in the defense of the Golden Church. Rip. Can I climb this? This really looks too steep. Yeah. I need a fucking jetpack. I need to go back up there just to do that. How do I get back up there? I don't fucking know. Fucking fun though. Find an elevator somewhere. What are you apologizing for? What's this? Up.
Blood crystal obtained.
Cool. Yeah, an elevator like this. Let's go. Ah, it's the Sam guy. Where did it go? Here's the one over there. Yeah, it's on the cliff edge there. I guess we'll talk to you. We gotta be friendly there, buddy, right?
Daybreak.
Does Yuri come in here?
Why do you ask LD?
Why do you ask LD?
He's after my time and Lydia mentioned him. I don't know him. People speak to bartenders. Pour their heart out after a bad day.
He does come in from time to time. We all need a drink, right?
What's his drink of choice?
He likes high-end wine. He doesn't know what he's talking about, though.
He's trying to look the part.
You're right.
What can you tell me about him?
He's a power boy. All he thinks about is power and ambition.
He wants to be on the council.
Sure does. Maybe he finally snapped.
That's strange.
Snapped?
All he wants is to pursue his ambition. I voted against him in one of his numerous motions and he came across the room at me.
Rip.
He's angry and impatient. He thinks he's ready to run the show. Don't all young people, though?
Yes, that's true.
Did you experience a comms blackout last night? From the reality folding drive burst?
Lydia couldn't contact Yuri for a while. Was that because of a blackout?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Did you see the doctor last night?
He said he'd been in his clinic, didn't he?
Did you see Witness to the End last night?
I've got nothing except what I heard at the crisis meeting, LD. He was in his apartment with Carmelina. You should ask them, shouldn't you?
What do you know about the murder of Grace Bloodlines?
I don't know anything, do I, LD?
Fancy a drink?
Sure.
Glad to be back.
What's your recommendation this time, Sam? How are you doing, LD? Dancing through the investigation.
Fancy a drink?
Good. How about some sukemono and a whiskey mizuwari? Perfect. Serving whiskey in a mizuwari style is good with food. Mixing chilled whiskey and chilled mineral water lengthens the flavor but maintains mouthfeel. You can really taste the toffee flavor in this one, can't you? This taste reminds me of something. Remember Dead Nebula's fine-aged soul? A deep and complex yet delicate whiskey. One of Dead Nebula's most popular whiskeys. You enjoyed it just before your exile. You had one last night in my bar before your exile. We drank this together with Lydia, didn't we? You have a good memory. It is my job to remember everything about a guest in my bar. I'm not just here to serve drinks. It is imperative that I select the right drink and make sure you leave happier than when you arrived. Where did you learn? Unfortunately, I did not have a bar master to learn from. I had some other skills to fall back on, though, didn't I? Assassination. Assassination is not just placing a knife between ribs. You must know your target. Remember everything about them. Assess the atmosphere and mood of the target to find the perfect moment and method.
I am under suspicion, LT.
The kill is a performance, an economy of motion, a ceremony of precision, tools arrayed and used intimately. You see that when I make a drink, don't you? I'd love to stay, but this mass murder won't solve itself. Please come back, won't you? Looking forward to it.
Curfew of longing or needy. You are allowed to feel whatever you want.
Don't be silly!
Come on. Where am I? I don't think I'm anywhere close to where I need to be if I want to. No. Not yet. You're allowed to have feelings, dude. It's like we were saying earlier. Like when I was talking about her nice tits. You were like, you should judge like that. Like, no, man. Thoughts just pop in your head, you know? Thoughts and feelings just pop in your head. You can't control that. You just control what you do about it. Oh yes, you are allowed to have emotions and feelings. You're not a robot. You just decide what to do with those thoughts and feelings. Not right there.
Those crystals attained.
Look, wrong button. What do I do now? Explore more! Eventually I'll have explored too much. There'll be nothing to do but talk to people. And then I'm doomed. Ah. Speaking of nice tits, I haven't talked to her for a while. Unless the prison, I can't figure out what to do with. What is that? Oh, okay. Wait, so you think that you should be forced to conform and only feel things you're allowed to feel? And only think things that you're allowed to think? Oh. Whee!
Doesn't that sound kind of silly?
Doesn't sound very freedomy of you.
Recording obtained.
Oh, what we got? Seeing the lines. Achievement unlocked. You discovered a series of mysterious recordings. I guess this is the last recording. Recording 1 obtained. I'm going to find out what's going on. This isn't right. The island feels wrong. I'm going to blow this wide open. The syndicate. The syndicate. The syndicate. This island feels wrong.
Oh no!
The next one doesn't sound too great either if it's gonna have demons everywhere.
You're in it neck deep, up to your eyes in crime. On a battlefield with psychos and criminals.
That's my job.
And you're cool with it.
Sure.
You can't investigate if there aren't crimes.
So what you're saying is that you never want to wipe out crime because then you'll have nothing to do?
That's one way of looking at it.
It's the only way if you ask me.
Oof. I mean, he's got a point there. He's got a point there. I don't know about that. He's got a point there, though. There's more in some buildings. There's always more in some buildings. Oh, wait, right below me. Whee! Oh. Okay, that one was kind of sneaky. I don't know if I would have noticed that one without my handy dandy fighter. This one? Hope you've done the right thing. What? I know I've spoken to her in a while. I feel like I have. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, I didn't save it this one?
Fast travel unlocked. Game saved. Starlight skins obtained.
Grim Lotus Starlight Skin obtained. Lotus is a frightful plant that strikes fear in the minds of even the strongest demon worshipper. You know it's alright. Evade. Go ahead and be cryptic all you want.
Those crystals obtained.
Go ahead. I'll nod my head and be like, I totally understood all that. I wouldn't worry about doing is a right or wrong thing though. People just make choices in life. There is no right or wrong. Typically. Unless that right or wrong is like, should I murder the council?
No, you shouldn't. It's wrong. Most things are a bit simpler than that.
More nuanced. We're back down in these apartments again somehow. The other side of the wall. In loving memory of Tamago, the best Hamu and my best friend. Aww. Sure they were the best, doggo. Oh, what you call Crimson? Oh, I was fucking her for a while, but I feel like we speak. Right. Okay. I think I understand now. I wonder if I can climb up there. Might be too steep. What are you doing there, man? This is why fast travel's a thing. Like I can climb up. Cool. Whoa.
Why are you doing this for people? They locked you up for something that really wasn't your fault.
I was born to investigate.
I'm an investigator. I investigate.
Even if it's for a bunch of psychos that wish you weren't on the island?
A job's a job.
I guess.
He didn't really like my answer, but he respected my answer, but he didn't like it. Well, I'm back here again. Let's talk to her again.
Halt! What do you want, freak?
I don't like this.
Understand that you are.
That? Yeah, I think I do. Why did you go to Henry's exorcism?
Is its own reward.
I have an acute interest in preventing the islands from succumbing to demonic corruption. It is rare to be able to see the effects of a possession firsthand. How can you be sure that the next island will be perfect? There are no certainties in architecture and design. Both are nebulous and subjective. We can never be sure that the design of the next island will be perfect.
Sure.
Why are people calling it Perfect 25? The mind always looks for reassurance. Something concrete to hold on to. The world is chaotic and people crave respite.
We have achieved perfection.
We believe we have solved the problem of demonic corruption. The Syndicate seized upon this as a sign of success, a sign of perfection. Do you think it will be perfect?
Craft is its own reward.
As close as we've come to it. The Syndicate has so many problems to solve with the islands. Our work is always undermined by the threat of demonic corruption. We cannot do our holy work while our home rots around us.
The investigator.
Can the Syndicate cope if Perfect 25 fails? It won't fail. Hypothetically.
How dare you?
Concentrate on your investigation. Let me worry about perfection.
Good, I'll accept my punishment willingly. Okay. Here comes your punishment. Here it comes.
Watch out!
Poof. There we go. There's your punishment. Oh, that's my gun. Duh. What's that over there? Go talk to my in-game self. Shame about the goat head, though. Oh, the goat head adds charm. Don't you know?
Those crystals attained.
I should go talk to my goat head self. I should go talk to Akiko and Henry again. If I know where anybody is. I guess I could use that AR thing. I guess. Gotta be around here somewhere there. Oh, there she is. See, I didn't even need that AR thing. I'm amazing.
Room surrounded.
Did you experience a comms blackout last night? From the reality folding drive burst?
Not down here. Those are very rare, lady. If he's using that as an alibi, you need to be skeptical.
Do you know anything about One Last Kiss?
Is that her name? She's good at hiding herself, but I've seen her.
The investigator is here.
Do you know who she is?
I figure some kind of spirit. I don't know who she was in her former life, though.
What do you know about the murder of Grace Bloodlines?
Ah, that makes sense. I've got something good. Are you buying? Ooh, nice crystals. Do you think it's strange that Carmelina went to the exorcism?
Seems like a dangerous situation for the architect.
Very. There was a reason, though. Some syndicate members use encryption in messages to each other. There's a lot of politics and scheming on the islands, after all. I monitor any communications that I can. The network traffic is mostly boring, but sometimes someone forgets to encrypt something. While Carmelina was heading to Henry's apartment with Grace, she messaged Akiko and told her to step out of the room while Grace was doing the exorcism.
Her so-called lapse in procedure was planned?
Sure was, lady. Sounds like a plot to me.
My work is never done. Have you got a copy of this message?
Uh-huh.
They realized the mistake and scrubbed their phones afterwards, so don't expect to be able to confirm this with their phones.
Honestly, with it being like 10 years ago. I was just about to say exactly what she just said. I said 10 years ago, they probably got new phones by now.
Besides, it was 10 years ago. Everyone got a Masahito upgrade since then.
Why is no one else is blessed? What? Why is no one else is blessed? F12.
The gods work in mysterious ways. Depends on who catches their eye. What do you really want to talk about? You're not here to
You're not here. You're not here. You're not here. So they get about, Dobie. They'll get about, but you're not here. You don't miss that one? Almost like all the possessive itch. I like that nice redacted immediately what said what you did. Really, it's you? Ah! Hi, Gino. You're not here. That's the wrong here. F12. It's like two sentences later after why is no one else is blessed. They're pulling a zero escape on you? Yes. All of a sudden, where did the quality check go for this conversation?
You're not here to shoot the breeze about divine blessings. I can see it in your eyes.
Can I ask you about Isaiah?
I was wondering when we'd get to the ex-husband topic. What do you want to know?
The investigator is here.
What's he doing now?
He's still responsible for the citizen management, abduction, reconditioning, distribution.
Hello, Rodrigo.
What's up? What's happening? How's it going?
Ask away.
Ask away. Go ahead.
Did he ever forgive me?
I think so. Took him a while. He trusted you implicitly. You know that. Your deception by damned harmony upended his world. Not just your crime, but the faith he'd put in you. We all believed in the great Lady Love Dies, the investigation freak of the syndicate. No one believed in you as much as Isaiah did. The shock of the damned harmony incident was realizing that if you can be deceived by a god, any of us can.
No one was more surprised than me. I thought I was untouchable.
I can believe it. To answer your question, he did forgive you. All of the old drinking gang did. You need to know, though, that he's with Madame Complex now.
Sorry.
I wasn't planning on chasing after him. I destroyed his life once already.
He's on the next island. One of Lydia's first pickups last night. Not a lot for the citizen manager to do once the slaughter is completed.
Sorry.
I'm glad he's not a suspect.
Time to move on, lady.
Understood. Do foxes count as feline overlords? Foxes, how does that saying go? I already forget. Foxes have like cat software or something? Foxes aren't that different from cats. I imagine in an animal kingdom kind of way, they're probably totally different though, right? No, wait. We know foxes are sneaky. They'll count somehow, somewhere. Oh yeah, dog hardware, cat software. That's what it is. They have dog hardware and cat software. So since foxes have cat software, I guess they're close enough. They count. They probably fit as canines or felines. I don't know which it is. I'm sure Wikipedia has the answer. It'll be like they belong to blah 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 feline blah 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 blah. They'll have this big Latin name for which group animal they belong to. Blah 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 blah. I'm not sure how closely related they are to cats, technically, or dogs, or anything really. I don't know much about foxes. They're cute though. I've only seen a fox like maybe 3 times in my life. And usually for like 2 seconds while they're like, run! But they're cute. Forgot the answer. Yeah, okay. They're absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
How about you? I'm doing pretty well. We're going through this detective mystery game. People were murdered and we have to figure out who did it. Who's the killer? We're working on it.
Lady, I have something to tell you.
Well, she's got something to tell me. Something to tell me, huh?
You have something you want to tell the investigator?
You're letting the snakes get to you.
I told you about the key from K-Hex. I didn't tell you another part of the story. I've been worried about what's going on, but you need to know. I seduced K-Hex for my own interest, but someone else asked me to do it as well.
Who?
Witness.
The investigator is here.
Why? He wanted the key. I don't know why, but he asked for it. He wanted it modified for remote access. A dongle could be placed in a control panel and then used to remotely access it. It needed a line of sight, though. That amount of data could easily drop packets if the signal was blocked.
Paradise feels wrong.
Did you give it to him?
I'm innocent.
Yes.
I'm innocent, yes.
Why? He promised to help me. With what?
Be coy.
He said he had a plan for the next island that would allow me to keep my freedom and allow me to return to active service.
Skeptical. Wait, Dobie. If they're pulling generating all the typos in the final third, are you saying I might be close?
No.
We're only 20% of the way through the game, don't you know?
Probably not. We're probably farther ahead than that.
I did find all the vending machines though, so
Got it.
Crimson?
Your truth is wrong.
I know. I didn't expect it to be this. If this was him.
The facts and the truth are not
This-
the same.
This is the truth? Yes. I've got some work to do.
oh man, no upgrades, right? Crimson being sussy goat.
She's just a friendly goat lady.
Come on now. Apparently she used to look completely human. But then she was blessed. And if you get blessed, apparently you get a goat head. I don't know about you, but I think I'll pass on being blessed. If that's what I get for it. Worst reward ever. I'll pass. Who else should I go talk to? Ah, yes, you guys. Should go talk to the warden who hates my guts and the edgy teenager. I could be getting there. Ah, nah, totally not. I got like 30 more hours. Not so many upgrades and skins from her that I can't ever take her line of business is booming from my head. That sounds about right.
Ooh, it's all pink now.
That's the downside of coming over here. Goodbye, music. Well, goodbye, music system anyway. They got their own music. There's no items here. What did I see? So, although everything's like the color of the heart, so it could be hard to tell. Oh, I see some stuff over there. Yeah, I don't think there is anything here, but honestly, with the color of the island, if I missed something, I wouldn't be surprised. Please meditate for me and look around. Okay, what I was just doing. Oh, I can do it again. Wasn't there like some bug you triggered with meditating and talking or something? How'd you do that anyway? I want to see if I can do it. Do you have to like time it right or something? Waiting to see if I can do it. Do I like meditate and then talk to them? Is that what I did? You could still meditate during dialogue? Oh. So you were just talking and you held Y and you could meditate? Hmm. Well. If we can. We can see three little heart dots over that way. That looks like that's all I can see from here. I got all the stuff over there, so. We're gonna wait for it to wear off first. There we go. Yes, and you couldn't advance the dialogue or close meditate message. Although.
Grand Marshal Agago 14.
Wait, does that mean you were stuck? You had to reload? You couldn't advance the dialogue or close meditate message? Yes? That's what I thought when I heard that. I'm gonna save before I try it.
Game saved.
It's never hold Y with dialogue. I'm about to try it!
Grand Marshal Agago 14.
I'm about to try it! Hello. How would I don't think it's working because the screen's not getting black for me. Maybe you just got lucky.
Does your relationship with Captain Voth have anything to do with this? Nenorochito.
The investigator is here.
An illicit relationship that got found out would be punishable.
Nenorochito!
I'll kill you!
I don't like this.
Careful.
Paradise feels wrong.
You've been asking for the marshals to be inducted, haven't you?
Durfa!
It's a reasonable request. We guard these islands. But you've been denied. What if there was an incident that prompted the council to reconsider? A crime to end all crimes on the eve of Perfect 25, for example?
Che?
I admire you, Nenorochito. You believe so fully in all sorts of little stories and fantasies. It must be nice being so credulous, undaunted by the world.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Is that a denial, then? Of course!
Figures, your Xbox is so bad, even the glitches are broken. I'm sorry, Dobby. I mean, I have the, freezing, title screen music. Does that count? You don't get that one. That one's all mine. That one's all mine. You were found out. You were going to be punished to Next Island for your relationships with your marshals. That gives you a clear motive. Kill the council to protect yourself.
Nenorochito, you're out of your mind!
I have no idea how to pronounce any of that.
Esti plende raha.
Got it.
Which means you are full of shit.
Oh, is that what it means?
You don't know anything. I live by the rules. I am a woman of honor. We'll see about that. What about you wanting to expand the roles of the marshals? Where have you pulled that from?
Crime cannot hide.
You want exorcism to be a martial role. It makes sense. We hunt them. Might as well do the next step. Sounds to me you're making a land grab to boost the importance of the marshals. Believe what you want, Nenorochito. Where did you say you were when you phoned witness?
Do you want to die?
You make my life unbearable.
Damn, she really hates me. What did I personally do to her? What did I personally do to her? Did I like take her last boyfriend or some shit? Seduce him? It's like I personally kicked her dog or whatever. I do believe that means you're full of shit. If I remember correctly, I do remember Nenorochito means bitch. Yeah, I actually looked up her like Romanian dialogue last time I streamed this because I was like, what the heck is she saying? And I saw that. And it's like, oh, she's so spicy. I don't know what I did to her. I like kicked her puppy dog or something. She don't like me very much. She hated me from day one, it seems. You like this game, Pro? Yeah, it's a nice game. You should play it a lot since Game Pass game going away soon. It is a Game Pass game, and it is leaving soon, yes. It's leaving on the 15th. It's very sad. So we're playing through it before that happens. But it is a nice game. 10 out of 10. She's a great character, but an angry Romanian lady. She's spicy, man. I mean, she could be that way, but she's just like so hostile to me. It's like, what did I do to you personally? Like, come on.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I'm just trying to find the truth.
You're trying to find the wrong truth.
I don't have to voice that dialogue. She voiced the dialogue for me.
I called him as I left the desolation cell.
The
That's
facts and
not.
the truth are not the same.
Well, I've been able to access your phone records. They say you were elsewhere.
Nenorochito.
Where?
Paradise feels...
Why don't you tell me where you really were? I was here. How did you access that data?
I'm glad to be back.
Running witness's phone through a comms tower. You tried to backtrace the position of an encrypted phone through a comms tower. Of course the location is different. The encryption bounces the signal around.
Sure.
I'll take your word for it. Does the doc have a motive for killing the council?
Nenorochito.
I don't have anything to say about the doctor. I found a photo of you in his boat. I have nothing to say, Nenorochito. Do you two have a history?
Do you want to die?
I said I have nothing to say, Nenorochito. Get the fuck out of here. Ah.
I got her because of the game. Definitely one of the best ones I played last year.
Oh,
It's definitely a nice game. Has nice music, nice visuals, interesting characters. The gameplay is nice because you can just walk around, explore, and jump and fall off of buildings. And then be like, no! I have to climb all those stairs all the way back up. I definitely am not speaking from experience right now.
did you see the doctor last night? I told you he came to examine Henry after we found the Labagio.
The investigator is here.
That was after the murder. Did you see him before? No, I was busy. Did you know about a back door in Doom Jazz's clinic?
Do you want to die?
Oh, well, that Pula, whatever. He brought the power grid down a few years ago. When it came back online, that computer blew out.
Nenorochito.
He was ordered to get the door fixed, but he never did.
How convenient.
That's weird.
How did he bring down the power? The reality folding drive kicks out an unfathomable amount of power, but the grid is fragile. A fine balance is maintained. The doctor tapped into the HQ's grid for some tests he was doing that needed extra juice. There are official channels to go through to get extra power, but he doesn't care. When he gets excited about something, the syndicate moves too slowly for him. When he fired up his equipment, the HQ's grid went down. When it came back up, a number of systems blew out. It caused chaos. Why wasn't he forced to get the computer fixed? He has a lot of visitors and likes the secrecy. But Pula wasn't in any rush. He smooth-talked his way out of it.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing in your report about Henry seeing New Night during his escape.
I'll put your head on a spike.
Damn! Calm down.
The babbling of a Labajiu possessed by a demon. There's only one statue of New Night on the island, correct? Why does it matter?
The facts and the truth are not the same.
Where is it? Why do you care?
Don't test me.
Just answer the question. The statue is in the barracks. The goddess only gives her attention to soldiers.
Got it.
So how could Henry have seen it last night? He couldn't have. The barracks are secure. He's spouting gibberish to confuse you, Nororochito.
Is this a fact?
I'm just going to ask Akiko. Did you take him through the barracks last night? Are you out of your mind? You think I helped him escape? Nonsense. Goodbye, Nororochito.
Like, I fucking hate you. Stop asking me questions. Get stuck on mountain geometry and get soft lock and find out about the respawn button. Definitely not say it from experience. Although, definitely not trying to climb up any high mountains and getting stuck. I've fallen in the water a few times and it's like, well, respawn you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Another game where the main character cannot swim. It seems to be a very common theme. Like 95% of games, the gamer cannot swim. You fall in the water deeper than like your waist and you're dead. It's very convenient though. It keeps you from having to do the invisible wall thing, I guess. It's like, nah, you just can't swim. You're like an immortal being, but still, you just can't swim. Gotta make a list of games where you can't swim. It'd probably be easier to make a list of games where you can swim. It'd probably be a lot shorter.
If Henry went through the HQ to get to the council building, why didn't he show up on the HQ logs? The nightmare computer at the entrance to the HQ didn't log Henry entering the HQ.
Rahat.
What is this, Rahat?
Is this a fact?
The logs contradict your report.
Și asta ce înseamnă?
What do you want me to say? I don't know how those things work. Maybe there was a malfunction? Maybe he found a way to slip past?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Does that seem likely?
Taci, dracului din gură!
Stop asking me to do your job. When you found Henry, did you see a bloody bottle lying around?
Desprese vorbesti.
There we go. It's perfect Romanian.
What bottle? There wasn't any bottle. Why are you wasting time?
When love dies, all that remains are the facts.
You saw nothing to suggest the blood in Henry's stomach had been administered artificially?
I'll kill you!
Of course not. Stop dragging this out with stupid theories. Did you experience a comms blackout last night? From the reality folding drive burst?
No, I didn't, Nororochito.
Tell me about you and Voth.
Oh, she's more likely to tell me. She's more likely to tell me that like I could go jump in a volcano.
Captain Voth.
My God, don't you dare speak about my marshals without proper rank.
Didn't know you were Romanian, so clean. Oh, yeah. Shoot. Yep. Totally. I just first tried all that. I'm amazing.
The facts and the truth are not the same.
You were in a relationship with him.
Relationships between myself and the marshals is expressly forbidden. Oh, head pat!
Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Pula!
Watch yourself, Nororochito.
A lot of murder has happened on this island. Would anyone notice some pizza investigator going missing?
Pizza? Pizza's pretty tasty. I could go for some pizza right now.
Why didn't you let Doomjazz examine the dead bodies of the martial guards?
There was no need. They had been carved up by the monster, who, as I keep saying, is in custody.
Surely even the investigation freak can see it's an open and shut case.
I don't like this.
If it was, I wouldn't be here. During Henry's exorcism 10 years ago, you left Grace Bloodlines alone with him.
That's a lie, Nenorochito.
Why are we talking about this, Nonorochito? How does this relate to the council murder?
Sure.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Pull up.
Yes, I made a mistake.
Don't test me.
This seems to be a pattern.
I know, right? Yeah, he just escaped. He grabbed my knife somehow. He somehow, like ran past me and shit. Yeah, sure he did. Oh, yeah, this happened. It was a mistake. Yeah, sure. Fluffy ears, good to pat.
Oh, that's right. Fluffy ears, good to pat. That's right. Heat on the street is that you're trying to expand the responsibilities of the marshals. You wanted to fold exorcism into the duties of the marshals.
Crime is repulsive.
Sure would be helpful if a demonic threat killed our exorcist.
I should kill you for that accusation.
Tell me about the message you got from Carmelina on the day of Henry's exorcism.
Nenorochito.
What message?
Crime is repulsive.
Carmelina sent you a message telling you to leave Grace alone with Henry.
You need to back off.
No, she didn't.
I have a copy of the message right here.
You're hot.
Someone's giving you false evidence, Nonorochito. The architect was there that day, but she didn't tell me to do anything. She doesn't have authority over me.
Paradise feels wrong.
Then why did you step out of the room?
I considered the scene and prisoner secure. I needed to make sure that the architect was safe. Corrupted areas are full of danger.
Did you see Crimson last night?
Nenorochito.
I don't know if you realize this, Nonorochito, but I had my hands full last night.
I don't know where Crimson was.
Go ask her.
Did you see Lydia and Sam last night?
I had my hands full last night, Nonorochito. I wasn't keeping tabs on the happy couple.
She sounds so done with my shit, man.
Did you see Witness to the End last night?
He was at his apartment. My marshal secured him when Henry escaped. Go and ask him about it.
I guess I could. Got a minute, Akiko?
Nenorochito.
You're going to die.
Humor me.
Chedrapu.
What?
Say neighbor vrai.
Sure.
Why did you become a soldier?
Shiasta chinsamnum.
Oh,
He just, escaped while semi-drugged, fought against a trained Grand Marshal equipped with a combat knife and power armor. He's in some stuff. Yeah, he somehow, his inhibitors didn't work well enough. He somehow managed to snatch the knife from Akiko and run away and shit, knock her down or whatever. Yeah, I don't buy that. And he, got through those bars that are mostly done by thermite or whatever. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I buy all that. She sure prides herself as like a tough lady, but if I'm supposed to believe everything she says, she's so incompetent. Does she really want to come off as some incompetent buffoon? Like, come on. No spoilers or anything, by the way, but come on. I'm not this stupid. Come on, Akiko, just make this easy for me.
What is this? What are you doing?
I'm glad to be back.
trying to get to know you.
Listen, Nonorochito. I'm waiting to execute this Labachiu, not have a therapy session.
Should I inflate her ego? Oh, let's try it. She's not gonna buy my shit.
Akiko, you're the greatest soldier the Syndicate has known.
What is this? Respect?
You repelled the 19th sequence invasion. I just want to know about your military background. Surely that's not too much to ask.
What?
Bine a esasta fe ba este ad kasmar.
There we go. Perfect.
I'm a soldier.
My parents died in the wars when I was 9. I was orphaned to the army of New Night. I became a child soldier, mastering guerrilla warfare.
Aw, sad. At 13, not lead. LED, lead. That's the wrong lead. F12, F12. Stop.
No typos, stop! I led an insurgency through my home country to push your lover, Damned Harmony, out of my country. He's not my You were deceived by him and nearly allowed him to destroy the Syndicate. Now here I am, talking to you and wishing I was dead. Do you like killing? I'm not a murderer. I'm a soldier.
Soldiering is just legal killing. Is still killing people. The difference between killing and murder is just like whether it's legally allowed or not.
I didn't say murder. Killing and murder are different.
I mean, they're kind of similar. Really, it's just whether one's legally allowed or not.
I'm a soldier.
That's the first intelligent thing out of your mouth, Nonoro Tito. A soldier has a job to do. We disconnect from life and become blades. We fight to give the world meaning. The world needs conflict. What am I doing talking to you like this? Careful, Akiko. You almost opened up. Goodbye, Nonoro Tito.
You need to back off.
Nonoro Tito.
Oh.
Is there something else, Akiko? No, it's nothing.
Oh, sounds like she oh wait, I can probe. I was like, sounds like she almost talked to me.
I need your help, Akiko. No one has anything on Lydia and Sam. Surely the head of the military keeps an eye on people. Fine. Nonoro Tito, I'm not one for gossiping. This is a time of crisis, so I'll tell you what we know.
The investigator is here.
We, the God Justice Marshals, keep up. My marshals have told me they've seen Lydia and Sam meeting in secret at the farm.
I mean, that is where her laptop was, so...
Why the farm?
Our tribute sate, our duty nabi. There we go.
Perfect.
That is your job, investigator.
Fine.
May your night be bright.
I always had to reach them in. Hey, look, it's this edgy teenager guy who has to say fuck every other sentence. He's like a kid who just learned a swear word.
The investigator is here.
This is where Henry started from, according to Akiko.
Oh, wait. I already did this. I forgot. This is like that spot. This ain't talking to him. How do I talk to you? There we go. Jeez, Akiko 14. Sure, she almost destroyed the syndicate with her mistake. Meanwhile, your alleged mistake killed the entire council. Who's in the worst? I mean, no, it's okay. Like, you know, just killed some immortal people. Long-term consequences. It's fine. It's like, you know, just tripping and falling, stubbing your toe or whatever. It's okay. It's all fine, you know, no big deal. We'll just clean it up and it'll be fine. Yeah. Sure.
Did you experience a comms blackout last night? From the reality folding drive burst?
I can't imagine this guy being allowed to have comms. So, I've got my doubts.
What do you think? You've got a locked safe in your apartment. Can I get into it?
Not a fucking thing.
Get fucked, investigator.
I guess I'll have to figure out the code myself.
What can you tell me about the murder of Grace Bloodlines? I killed her, didn't I? You were found guilty of it.
What a fucking surprise!
Then why the fuck are we talking? You know I did it.
The facts and the truth are not the same.
A guilty conviction and the truth are not the same thing.
I must be the bad guy, right?
If I'm the suspect in so many crimes,
And then what he just said.
that's what I'm here to find out. Did you see Crimson last night?
What a fucking surprise.
This is what he always says whenever I ask, did you see blah blah? He'd be like, who? What? I don't know who that is.
Who the fuck is that? Did you see the doctor last night? How should I know?
I mean, you did after he found it.
Did you see Lydia and Sam last night?
I'm shocked.
Who the fuck? Who the fuck are they? Did you see Witness to the End last night? Who?
Oh, really? What? One he knows?
Oh, I do know about that. Loads. I know so much. My mind is bursting with knowledge about whatever the
You're talking about. Whatever you're talking about. Amazing English right there. Whatever the F word you're talking about, right?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Fuck off. Damn it. He was leading me on. He was tricking me. Can't believe this.
Let's talk, Henry.
What now?
What is it like living as a citizen on the islands?
Fucking surprise.
Just swell. Non-stop praying and working. You were in school when you were possessed. We all get an education. Most of us don't need it. We're just going to be put to work down in the caverns. Some get cushy office jobs, but the rest of us slave away.
Not a fucking thing.
Maybe you fucks would resurrect your gods faster if any of us gave a shit. Kidnapping and enslaving people really isn't the way to get a crowd enthused about the prospect of reviving monsters from the other side of the cosmos.
Whatever you fucking say.
Whatever.
Relationship increased? I don't know about that. Alright, edgy kid, let's go. He's so edgy, man. He killed a mortal A-Hell, so in my opinion, it wasn't really a problem. I mean, like, pretty much all the characters in this game are rude, mean, and terrible people because they see no problem with enslaving human beings and sacrificing them. I was like, what? It's just a matter of course. It's like having like a field of flowers and you work for like a flower shop or whatever. So you harvest the flowers when it's time or whatever. It's just humans are flowers to them. Just food to harvest. They need our psychic energy. He's like, what? Everybody in this game is pretty fucked in the head, honestly. It's like, what? You don't see any problem with this? Nope. What was in here again? I don't remember. Oh, do I need to get Akiko's blood vial? Because I've tried going through the top and they find me. Maybe that's what I need to do. Who knows? I got a billion people I could talk to. That's, where the Hex guy died, right? Oh, there's another ghost. I might be able to help that ghost. Remember that typo? I thought of you when I saw it.
Aw, so sappy.
That typo when you were like, well, Pro's gonna be like, Purple Rage. Not that one. And you would be right.
I am.
Where was that purple heart I saw? Well, it's a little bit farther than I thought it was. Whee! Lots of apartments, lots of housing. Some of them don't like the prospect, although I guess all of them stay big a-holes because they don't do crap about it. Yeah. I don't do anything to change it. Aw. They acknowledge it's terrible, but they're just like, oh well. I've already done this one. I kinda doubt there's any more foot baths. I don't think there are. Wait, so is that like in... Where is that one? Eh? Oh, is it in there? Is that the prison? Looks like it. We got lots of hearts to go get over here. We got all the hearts to collect. They'll be adorable. Hmm. Actually, wasn't there like a fish ghost guy? I wonder if I can, I don't know if I've done whatever he wanted yet. Wow. We can go find out, though. I don't know if he was at this one or not, though. Up some more stairs! 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 I'm on top IRL, usually in the same boat, so I guess art imitates life and vice versa. True, true, true! If they like the way it is and you try to rock the boat, you tend to end up dead, so... Oh yeah, there's my fish ghost. Blah! I haven't tried to see if I can get there yet. I don't think I can, though. Oh, wait, that's where I started the game, isn't it? Is that the prison? I thought that was some place to go to. I didn't realize there was a big pipe leading up to my exiled place. That's what that is. You got anything new for me, fish ghost? Nah, I still haven't seen the zealous carving. Carving would be like a blood temple thing, right? I guess I still gotta find it. What is that, anyway? Lots of hearts on there. I don't think I've been up there yet, though. It looks pretty interesting over there. Oh yeah, the ghost that wanted help with, like, what? Vampires or something? I forgot all about that guy. Until I saw him on the beach just now. I was like, poof! Just popped back in my head. I don't know if I've found his thing yet. Do we 5 a.m. and watch a cat girl play games? Should fix my life. At least it's good content. That's true.
Getting saved.
Good content, good game, good time. I'm all done with these. Ba 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 ba. Hello, Ghosty! Nope, not yet. Gotta be something I haven't picked up yet. To be fair, I didn't have my cute little meditate. Could be this right over here. Let's go find some garlic. Go find a steak or something.
Those crystals are tight.
I see Shinji up there chilling. He's just chill. He's the voice of reason being like, why do you guys suck? What?
Those crystals obtained. Relic obtained.
Oh, what? Achievement! Scholar of island sequences. Discovered that some past islands sound nice. Others should never be, who knows what. Never be mentioned ever again. Island sequence 19 memento obtained. 19th island sequence. When you sat with me and looked at the moon. I guess I'm all done with the island sequences now. At least that type of collectible. Did I get my save thing here? I did not.
Our travel unlocked. Starlight skins obtained.
Ancient text Starlight skin obtained. Most of these texts were destroyed after the Great Betrayal. Those that still exist in the real world are approved by them. Who's them? Them's the devs, right? It's the devs! It's them! Oh, music. Oh, I guess that's the last music. Paradise playlist. Found all the music tracks. We did it! We found all of the music tracks! Woohoo! Good game, good talk, good ball, good peeps. All the reasons to be around. Yeah!
Music obtained.
Oh, what'd we find? Headlights on the shore. Midnight melancholy on a desolate road. You can't beat it. Absolute loneliness. Just you and the choices you made. Make sure you get home safe. Okay. I see you. Huh, interesting. What?
Those crystals obtained.
What's going on here? But this button isn't working. I need to activate it first. Ugh. Hi! You're kind of creepy, you know that?
Nightmare computer.
I love how the descriptions of each song perfectly encapsulates how you feel when listening to said song. Yeah! Oh. Oh. Okay. Not quite. Not quite. Maybe you're a lot. Maybe it's just smaller.
Nightmare computer
There you go.
unlocked.
This nightmare computer controls the obelisks on the beach. There's an activation command. Activating obelisk star map.
He's working hard.
Done. The answer to the second holy seal is revealed. Go to space, use the answer, see the cosmos, fear the cosmos, lust after the cosmos,
Say what?
embrace the cosmos, scream at the cosmos, put a gun to your head and cry at the cosmos.
Can I like skip all that?
Ooh, the investigator is here.
I would have expected KX to massage that text a bit before he released version 1.0. These obelisks hold the secret to getting through the second holy seal. Normally, this requires a data key. KX crafted the obelisks in the data encryption, a man of many talents. Inserting the data key handshakes with the computer and allows the user to activate the obelisks. Good job, Starlight. Could break into it.
Oh, good job. It's a good thing. In other words, it's a good thing. You worked it. I was like, what?
The logs show this was accessed recently by someone else.
That's weird.
Yuri. What was he doing here?
Sure.
He connected a key and activated the obelisks.
Why?
There's something else here as well.
Nanny, the hell?
A remote key? An unknown device wirelessly connected to the machine, and the key was input remotely 2 days ago.
Doesn't Witness have a key to do that?
From where, though? It would need to be somewhere within line of sight to the device. Whoever remotely accessed it would need to be able to see the obelisks. Somewhere near here will have line of sight. Maybe up on the cliff behind me. The obelisks should tell me something at least.
I've taken my picture. Can't believe it. I like to skip all that except the lust of the cosmos.
What?
Line of sight of the obelisk, huh? They're kind of hidden behind this big building thing, though. Oh yeah, I should be able to push this now, right? Calm down.
It looks like this is showing me a code. The symbols are scholar, bird, snake, bull. I've seen these symbols before when I put on my space helmet. I should go back there and try again.
Horrifying depths of space can wait. I'll totally remember this code. Totally. Totally. Definitely. I already forgot. Yep, it's gone. It's already gone. Ooh. Hey, Visceral Shadows. Thanks for the raid. What's up? What's happening? How's it going, everybody? How you doing tonight?
Those crystals obtained.
Hope you had a nice stream. You had a good time talking to, wait, what? Oh, there's tire tracks here. Interesting. Why are there tire tracks here? Good time hanging out, chatting, playing, whatever you were playing. You're dying over and over in Wolong? Oh, okay. Isn't that basically like Neo 3? That's what I've heard it described as, Neo 3. It looks pretty good. Pretty much, yeah. It looks pretty nice. If you're dying, you're learning stuff, okay?
Tire tracks. This cliff overlooks the obelisks and the nightmare computer. Lydia is the only one on the island with a car.
Uh-oh, what you doing, Lydia?
Looks like this is where the remote access into the obelisk terminal was from. A nice clear line of sight. Looks like Lydia found a spot up here 2 days ago and accessed the nightmare computer that holds the secret to the second holy seal. Maybe the crime last night was set up in advance.
Uh-oh.
Lydia, Lydia, Lydia. I expected better.
I keep finding stuff that implicates Lydia, which kind of is why I don't think it's her. It's like, come on.
There's a sketch of something in the dirt.
Don't test me.
It's been scrubbed out in a hurry. This overlooks the obelisks in Nightmare Computer.
What the hell?
Did Lydia do this? Her tire tracks are up here. Was this a sketch of what the obelisks reveal?
I don't know. You tell me. Was it? It's fun. Always fun running into an area filled with vengeance points.
Ah, yeah.
So you can enact your vengeance, right? Right.
What's going to happen to anyone you find guilty in the trials?
Don't like this.
The penalty will be death. The Syndicate takes a grave view on the mass murder of the Council.
Know what I think? People masquerade execution as justice. The death penalty is bloodlust, pure and simple.
And class suppression.
What?
The people who are generally sentenced to death are of a lower societal class. It helps the elite keep them in their place, keeps the fear pumping through them.
Do you think the death penalty is right?
You can't rehabilitate the dead.
The Idlelands helped to rehabilitate you.
Don't test me.
Yeah, they totally rehabilitated her.
I'm here working for the Syndicate, aren't I?
I'm not sure doing anything to get out of exile is the same as rehabilitation. Peace.
I mean, he's got a point. Pretty sure you just didn't want to be up there no more. You were there for 3 million days. Hope the poor soul's murdered by many bosses. Aww. Be like, have no more fear, guys. I'm here. I'll save the day. Rah! Is this the bar? Did I really miss that item behind the bar? Ooh, easy way to get over there. I guess I will get that first.
Those crystals obtained.
Guess we can talk to Sam. I talk to people anyway. He's not gonna admit anything.
Sam daybreak.
I don't have any questions for him. Sure.
What is it this time, Sam?
A special one would be more appropriate, don't you think? I saved your glass.
My glass?
You remember, don't you? A glass perfect for a carved ice ball, right? Ah, a worn glass obtained.
You really do remember your guests, Sam.
I must try, mustn't I? I have my own blend, night alone. A deep whiskey with complex flavors. The spice mixes with the orange and a hint of honeysuckle. It is meant to be savored without being diluted. I hand carve the ice for each glass. Your glass has the perfect shape.
Where do you get the ice? This island is suffocatingly hot.
The Deep Factory produces negative 20 degrees Celsius ice that is frozen over a period of days. The longer it takes to freeze, the harder and clearer it is. You can see that, can't you? Or you can see, can't you, LD? How perfect it is?
The ice doesn't melt and dilute the whiskey.
Ho, 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 ho. A good observer. The colder ice takes longer to melt. You can savor the whiskey for longer without it becoming diluted. An excellent way to spend some time, wouldn't you say?
Sure.
What's the most important ingredient in your blends?
It's hard to say in a lot of craft, isn't it? Everything has a place and use, doesn't it? If you push me for an answer, it is my love for Lydia. You can relate, can't you? She is my partner in life, and my respect for her gives me something to live up to. I mean, you're like, previous life, she kind of like killed you, but yeah, sure.
I miss having that.
Do you want to have a lover, LD?
Sorry.
A lover and a partner. I miss Isaiah. The journey to perfection is a hard one. Loved ones are essential.
We have similar outlooks, don't we? It is always a pleasure, LD.
I'll be back. Aww.
Relic obtained.
Worn glass obtained. The glass Love dies, always used at Sam's bar before her exile. Sam saved it between each island.
That's happy.
Alright, skeleton boy, we're out here. Get back up here.
Let's go. Ooh, Aurora Borealis. Ooh. Pretty.
I don't have a time clock in this game, but I guess it's nighttime now. Wow, just flick to that, like.
I was admiring dusk, you know.
Those crystals obtained.
All of a sudden, it's like, boom, night. A few things over there, but
Let's go over here.
I haven't been over here yet.
Ah. What?
What's the point of this door if I could jump above this door?
I could jump above that door if I wanted to. What's the shape of crime, Love dies?
That's weird.
The shape? Like a metaphor or something. What shape does crime take?
The investigator is here.
Some crimes are a pyramid, wide at the bottom, but the solution is a narrow point. Some crimes are an inverse pyramid, balancing precariously on a single point with a frighteningly wide conspiracy. You really did have a lot of time up in the Idlelands, didn't you?
Oh. Scholar of Demons achievement unlocked. Conquered your stomach churning dread and spoke to Shinji a lot. Oh man. He's not so bad. There's nothing wrong with talking to him a lot. You don't have to give me an achievement for it.
Those crystals obtained.
Where does this actually go? Just down right there. And there's a ladder. I guess I'll do the proper method and go hit the switch. And then go this way. I guess I'll do this.
We got over here. This computer controls that valve. This looks like some kind of venting system for the dead zone. I guess the air is filtered so demonic corruption doesn't leak out.
Oh, that's what this big building is, the dead zone. Okay.
The investigator is here.
Opening this should send the marshals into a panic. I might be able to get into the barracks without being seen in the chaos.
What's the theory so far, please, superstar? I don't think it was any one person. I think it was probably a few people. Witness, Lydia and Sam, maybe. It really feels like just about everybody could have a reason.
When their computer unlocked.
Still think it's that individual in the bottom corner. What the fuck? Accessing secrets, achievement unlocked. Worked out how to break into the Marshall barracks.
Good job!
Oh, that's how I break into the Marshall barracks? I didn't know that!
Well, okay. This valve is venting the gas from the corrupted zone below. It should set off the demonic detection systems. I'm sure the marshals will be running out of the barracks any moment now.
That's why it's screaming at me. Are you gonna be mad at me for fucking with that? She looks like the stabby sort. You think that individual in the corner?
Wait, who you talking about? There's no individual in the corner. I don't know what you're talking about. Off the tires.
Like you want to wear what wasn't there? Yeah, no, you said you prefer the Invisible Man model. Where I'm like this, and I'm like, hey guys, what's up, how's it going? Working on my deep macho manly voice today. I think that's your favorite. See one on the obelisk. Isn't there one like on a ledge below me though? Ah, okay. Ba 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 ba.
Those crystals obtained.
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna fuck this up. Ooh, that's such a small platform to land on. Haha! Perfect! I'm amazing.
Starlight skin obtained.
End of day. Starlight skin obtained. Workers wipe their brow at the end of the day. It's strange. The churn never ends. I guess I can get in the barracks now, wherever the heck those are. Don't ask me. Those are somewhere. Fast travels for people who don't enjoy walking, I guess. I don't know. I did try him out. He's okay. Sure likes to flex his muscles a lot, though. Even though nobody can see them.
Those crystals obtained. Those crystals obtained.
Those are far away. What's down there? Something glowing.
Those crystals obtained.
Oh, blood temple. I did this one already. This is one of the first areas I explored when I started the game. I fell down here and I was like, well, I live down here now. Yeah, where we found his body. Is there anything new here or not?
Scene investigation.
Looks the same to me.
I don't like this. Nanny, the hell? Ha. Ha.
Huh. Hmm. Ba 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 ba.
Go! Climb!
I don't think I'm climbing that, am I? Yeah, I'm not climbing that. Wrong button. Hmm.
Do you have any secrets?
I tried it once and didn't like it.
Why not?
The dark spiral in my stomach when someone got close to the secret.
That's part of having a secret. It proves it's worth keeping.
It put me off my food.
Secrets are hard to keep, right? And you're paranoid. Oh, what if they find out? What if they find out?
Relic obtained.
7 spies whiskey obtained. Named after a group of Marshall spies that attempted to infiltrate his hidden ziggurat in Africa. They never came back. Rip. He does? Probably trying to impress me? Think so? I don't see anything from here. Everything's too far away. Whee! Everybody's far away. Oh, I forgot about the ghost. Oh, on the island. But where's the evidence for that? Hmm. You found all the alcohol yesterday? I have not yet. You think I'm pretty talented, don't you? I should be able to get in the barracks now, right? Go figure out how to get up there. What we do best is climb! Climb! Climb some more. I'm afraid I'm not that good at finding all the alcohol though, bro. What do you think I am, an alcoholic? I climbed up here for no reason. This one's not close enough. On the best. See you around. Good night, Gina. Thanks for hanging out. You have some good sleep, okay? You get all the rest. Show that sleep who's in charge around here. Everybody should be gone, right? Yep, everybody gone. It's the red alarm about the demon energy, huh? I guess we'll get this thing here and then go down.
Nightmare computer. Nightmare computer unlocked.
Easy.
Scene investigation.
Eric server room. Prisoner transfer records. Some records about prisoner transfers that stand out. Akiko removed 2 prisoners that are unaccounted for a day before the murder. Why? Encrypted file. An encrypted file in a suspicious-looking folder that is outside of the main Marshall files. Starlight can crack the security on it. Better start cracking.
Starlight got me into the Marshall servers.
Sorry.
If Akiko finds out, I'm not sure how long my head will stay on my shoulders.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
These are prisoner transfer records. As well as the desolation cell. There's a prison within these barracks for the non-demon possessed prisoners. Looks like Akiko removed 2 prisoners 2 days ago. There's no record of them being brought back to the prison.
Oh.
That's strange.
2, huh? Well, it just so happens that on the steps outside of the council building, there are two bodies that aren't martial guards. Let me use my profile brain right here. What a mystery. That looks pretty damning, doesn't it?
I wonder why Akiko would have removed prisoners. This file is encrypted and outside of the normal folder structure.
Stop thinking, it's making my head hurt. God damn it. I'm not allowed to think.
It's a photo of a strangled woman. My job is a never-ending joy.
Sure.
The metadata says that this came from a folder called Grace Bloodlines Examination.
Rip.
I'll hang on to this.
Well, I definitely will shut the door behind me, right? No, I don't. I just leave the door open. Fuck it. They'll find out who's gonna make me who's gonna complain. It might not be this building. That's definitely this building though. Awfully black out here. Mirrory, huh? Very dark out here. I don't know if I want to fall down there. I guess that's the statue we saw. This compound is very Zero-Escape looking. What? Was it the amazing differently colored walls that gave it away? What are those cells? Scholar of the Pantheon. Discovered there sure are a lot of horrifying gods out there. Yeah, I definitely did that. I discovered lots of this.
Relic obtained.
New Night carving obtained.
A carving detailing the god New Night, a humanoid with 2 dog heads. A warrior clad in gold armor. Carries a spear, sword, and shield. Based her forces in Romania.
New Night, the Holy Warrior, the slaughterer of the chained star system. New Night is an arrogant goddess that only deems soldiers worthy of her attention. The Syndicate got superstitious after any statues of her outside of martial grounds were destroyed by red lightning on the 5th island. Since then, there has only ever been 1 statue of her on each island. Henry says he remembers seeing New Night last night. Did he come past this statue?
Got it.
If he did, it means he came through the barracks. This is the only one on the island. That means Henry took a different route to the council building.
That's strange.
Which route did he actually take?
Just a 2-headed Anubis? Isn't that the dog guy, Anubis, I think? I feel like that's the exit. Yes, you may remember him and his scepter. The city of gold. Yes, think I might remember that. What the heck is this place? It's the inside of the main gate. I can't believe there's not a single guard here. Yeah, this is the entrance. Prisoner processing in cells. My blood vial hasn't been authorized for this door. I doubt Akiko will allow that. Wait. Armory and combat halls. My blood vial hasn't been authorized for this door either. I doubt Akiko will allow that. Well, that's convenient. Was it just the blood temple I was looking for?
This door leads to the barracks. It's a secure tunnel to the desolation cell where Henry is incarcerated. It is codely only to Akiko's blood vial.
Ha ha ha! I stand atop Anubis. I'm a badass. I'm gonna smite me with lightning now, right? Hmm. Lots of those Anubis head things. Marshal quarters, mess hall, and training hall. My blood vial hasn't been authorized for this door. I doubt Akiko will allow that. Hey Nemu, what's up? What's happening? How's it going? How you doing tonight? Pat me?
Oh, you did! Head pat.
I'm doing amazing, thank you. And you? I'm doing pretty well. We're attempting to solve a murder mystery. We're exploring, finding secrets. All that good stuff. I think I have to leave now, though. I think I'm done here. To figure out how the heck to get out of here. I don't think I can sneak on top and drop in. Nah, they lead to their own rooms over here. Climb all the stairs. He's telling me game plot. A bunch of people were murdered and we're an investigator and our job is to figure out who did it. So we question people, look for clues and stuff. Sleepy? Maybe by sleepy lyric? Alright. You get your sleep, Nemu. You take care of yourself. I murdered them all? Damn, that's what Dolby was saying. I can't believe you agree with Dolby on that. Man, I'm a murder cat. I can't believe now there's 2 people that think that. You will, you promise? Good! Enjoy your sleep. Yeah, I definitely can't go in those buildings. They're definitely blocked off. So I think the only way out is back up where I came from. I want to get away from these stupid boop, boop, boop sirens anyway. The alarms are annoying. Get me out of here. want to check over here. I can't. Wait, I can't? Oh, I can't. Just a dead end. Ah, blissful, peaceful, quiet. You're kind. Ah, thank you. Let's climb out of here. So what do I do now? Go talk to a bunch of people. I assume he's shown because it's the craftsman lady. Architect. I can't believe they don't give me a tracker to follow. I can't believe this. Who should we go talk to first? Isn't there a couple of secrets over there? Yeah. No, that's the judge room. I don't see anything. Except for the gun one. Everything else could just be out of range, though. I think there is an outer limit range or whatever. Oh yeah, I can go to there now, can't I? Where the jet ski is. Where should I go? I have the pyramid thing to get in there now. Speaking of the architect and what you said about Tropico, if you play Tropico for me, then you could become your own architect. The craftsman, blah blah, whatever the fuck she says. There's a long way up to this lady. I can see this lady being an advocate for fast travel.
One more gift.
What's your take on Perfect 25? There is no such thing as perfection. The Syndicate has obsessed over demonic corruption, but turned a blind eye to the corruption of itself. Are you expecting Perfect 25 to fail? Fail is a broad term. Nothing lasts forever, does it?
Aren't you paying attention, investigator?
Everything changes. including
I
perfection.
don't like this.
I don't think many people want to hear that.
Those are facts.
A human's folly. Believing whatever you want isn't acceptable. You can tell how far a society is away from collapse by how many people flock to demagogues.
Sure.
Are you saying Carmelina is a demagogue?
Enjoy Perfect 24, investigator.
She's the one peddling perfection, isn't she? The one offering the easy answer to all our worries? Perfection is a lie. Perfection will crumble. Perfection is sold to fools.
The truth is all around you, investigator.
Do you think we can achieve perfection, investigator?
Got it.
That's what I'm here to find out. I hope you do, investigator.
Yuri, Akiko. For my final 3D interview, just think of how much corruption you could have in Tropico. Probably a lot. When you move on to the next level, you call it perfect number. No, right?
Ha. Ha. Ha.
I'm a bit too far away from them to get exactly where I wanted to go. Hit it in my jetpack. Where's my foot bath with my jetpack anyway? Was there ever a point to this? Because I never found anything with this. Never found the point of this thing. What's this? Oh, I didn't notice this at all. I'm observant.
The boat has moved into the dock. I wonder if there is anything in all this cargo.
I did not notice that I could move this thing at all. Which one was the one for going the other way? I think it was the last one, wasn't I? Well.
Sure.
I need to figure out the right combination of switches so that the crane will empty the boat.
Be quiet.
Ooh, the investigator is here. Sure. The investigator is here. Ah. investigator is here.
Quiet, lady. This bird that is set up to immediately grab and I had to tamper with it. That's what I do best.
Got it.
Do I need that one though?
Got it.
America.
That move to the crates.
Yeah. See? We're amazing. Honest work. Found what someone hoped would never be found. Did I? Why would someone care about me finding some crates? Oh, was what was hiding under the crates.
That's strange.
What's a space helmet doing here?
The second one?
Looks like it's been dumped or hidden. Dumping and hiding are separated by a thin line. It smells of Lydia's perfume. Lemon and raspberry.
That's not good.
Why has she been wearing a space helmet? You need a space helmet to help get through the second seal.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Lydia, Lydia, Lydia.
Lydia, what are you doing? What are you doing, Lydia? What are you doing, Lydia? You were supposed to be my cool fast travel chaperone. What are you doing, Lydia? More stairs. This game could have done with a few more elevators. Was a human, I'd be very exhausted right now. Goodness, I don't get tired from climbing stairs.
Well, I figured it out, though, I figured it out.
Even though I tampered with it. Well, thank you for the Dolby trophy. I figured out how to get in here yet?
Oh. Is this a fact or a truth? Got it.
Dolby trophy, Dolby trophy, Dolby, Dolby, Dolby trophy. Hello.
What's with the photo of Akiko in your boat?
Investigator.
None of your business, investigator.
But
The island is about to end.
I said none of your business. Leave it.
I've been told that you're in love with Akiko.
The island is about to end.
I assume you paid for that secret? It's none of your business or anyone else's. It has nothing to do with your case.
Did you experience a comms blackout last night? From the reality folding drive burst?
Can't say I did. They're pretty unusual.
You examined Grace's bloodlines when Henry killed her, right, Doc?
A nasty one for sure.
Was there anything odd about the scene or the victim?
You mean odd for a case of demonic possession? I didn't get to examine the scene for long. Akiko was in a rush to contain the area, and it was a pretty open and shut case. The markings on Grace were strange, though.
That's weird.
In what way?
Henry's other victim, his mother, had the same sigils scorched into her skin as Henry. Grace had those sigils, but they weren't scorched. They looked like they had been carved with a blade. The demon inside Henry burns with a cosmic fire, and Henry's victims receive the same branding.
So if he killed the council, they'd all carry the sigils?
Depends on how he did it. I don't have a lot of evidence to support this, but I expect the sigils to only be scorched on victims he had sustained close contact with. A cut and run probably wouldn't do it, but a strangulation would. I should mention that I would expect the inhibitors to prevent or limit the scorching of those sigils into victims.
So why were Grace's sigils cut into her?
I wrote it off to the madness of demonic possession. We don't know a whole lot about this kind of thing, so I figured he carved them himself as some kind of ritual. I can't say for sure, though.
Thanks for your help, Doc.
Oh, they were carved to frame him.
What do you know about a photo taken of Grace's throat during your examination?
I took photos, but they were confiscated by Akiko. Classified or whatever.
I found one on the Marshal's server. Can I get your opinion on it? The bruising on the throat looks odd.
Hypothetically?
That's because the fingers that did it aren't uniform. In normal strangulation, bruising, you can see areas of pressure from the fingertips and the knuckles.
Theoretically?
The pressure on these is misaligned. This is normally because the attacker is wearing jewelry. Specifically, in this case, a ring on their wedding ring finger.
The investigator is here.
What about power armor?
Now, the gauntlets on the Marshal's power armor are gloves with armor plates on the top of the hands.
Who wears a wedding ring?
Or wore a wedding ring. This was 10 years ago.
True.
Did you see Lydia and Sam last night?
I was in my clinic all night and didn't see them. Lydia should have been in contact with Yuri, though.
Got a sec, Doc?
How's the investigation going? Caught a bad guy yet?
I've got all the time in the world.
I think I've got some handcuffs somewhere around here if you need them.
How many people have you used them on?
I've got all the time in the world.
Only a few special ones.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Still not settled down then?
Not that kind of guy. Too much to experience.
It's a small island. Not that much to experience.
Every person is unique. Each island has a lot of new people.
Relationships with citizens are forbidden.
My favourite investigator.
Do you want me to get the handcuffs? Want to take me in? Ha 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 ha.
You replaced your arms.
Nice topic change. An updated model by MHI. They have improved haptics in the fingers.
Strictly for medical purposes, I'm sure.
Want to test them? Heh.
Sorry.
I'm supposed to investigating, huh? I'm supposed to be investigating? F12, F12, F12. A mass murder.
Wonderful.
Everyone is supposed to do a lot of things.
Let's see what happens later. Goodbye, Doc.
Want to play doctors and nurses?
I'm enraptured by you, loved eyes.
Don't test
Oh, wait.
me.
I've read this before.
You've got this wrong.
He's got some probing. Probing.
You have something you want to tell the investigator?
This is bad.
Akiko's in trouble. She's been mixing business and pleasure. The council found out. They're planning on stripping her of authority on the next island. Uh-oh. Can't do that if they're dead.
Is this about her relationship with Captain Voth?
So you know.
Crime is repulsive.
And who told you?
I had nothing to do with this.
Ice Kiwami, a while before he died. He gets loose-lipped after a drink.
Sure.
And who told Akiko?
I get loose-lipped around a woman in power armor.
I'm glad to
Thank you, Doctor.
The cosmos be a mystery.
Let's go visit that pyramid.
Let's see what's chilling out there.
It's been like 7 hours. How does this keep happening?
See what we got.
Ruffle heart.
Like that computer.
We got one each, huh?
Like that computer unlocked.
Had a lot of fun and time passes. Dang it. What's in here? Oh, hi. You seem chill. Seem like a chill dude. Oh, it's that guy who's sleeping in the pyramid, huh?
Crying grudge.
I need English. White Lily's achievement unlocked. Surprisingly, speaking to a god wasn't the weirdest part of your day. Yeah, I guess not. I need an English translation, though.
Translation: Why am I plagued by insects?
Uh-oh.
Translation: You don't seem particularly fazed by meeting a god. I'm having a strange day. This isn't the weirdest thing I've done. Translation: Too many of you have come to see me these last few years, exploiting my weakened state.
That's weird.
Who? Translation: You're mad king, obsessed little shit.
I imagine a god saying shit.
Translation: The masked man, a sneaky that one.
It's a Montserrat, witness.
Translation: The woman that builds, she's pure in her goals, I admire her.
Architect.
Translation: And now you, who are you? I'm the investigator. Translation: What are you investigating?
Sure.
Last night, someone murdered the council. Translation: Ha 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 ha. Translation: The Mad King is dead. Why do you refer to Montserrat as mad?
Whoa, essay. Goddamn essay. How much of the hangout option have I done? Some. I don't know how much I have to talk to people, though. I've talked to at least half of the people a few times.
Translation: He believed he was more than he was. Anyone like that is mad. He doubled down on his madness, though. His plans for the next island. The arrogance. Who was the masked man that came to see you? Translation: Are all of you like him? Why live like that? Translation: You need to find why he took my flesh from me. Do you have a name? Translation: The one that oversees the end of an island. I have met him before. He came to me recently.
What the hell?
Witness? What did he want? Translation: My flesh.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
Why? Translation: the key to a lock, same as the woman. You called her a builder. Do you mean architect Carmelina? Translation: she is more creative. She had a better plan. What plan are you talking about? Translation: the flesh was fused with another. My body lives elsewhere on this island. What?
We're getting all the fly up in here now. That's why you brought up the fly earlier, Adobe.
Anyone else stop by to tear a strip off? Translation: when the Mad King wasn't so mad, he used my flesh to make the lock. He wore it on a pendant. No one can open the lock without him. What lock? Translation: the Mad King's fourth holy seal. You need my flesh to pass through it. What do you know about someone possessed by a demon? Translation: I can feel him out there. The anger emanating is like a smog. Did he get some of your flesh? Translation: he didn't come here, but who can say? Translation: leave me. I'm bored of you.
You've breached the fourth holy seal.
The fourth holy seal requires godliness to get through. I need to find out how someone tricked the seal.
Translation: I said leave me.
I can't ask you a bunch of questions and hang out with you, huh? Nothing there, right? I should double check. That room looks pretty small, though. I got my doubts. Maybe it's just connected to the outside. Way too small. I'm just trying to determine if you could reasonably finish tonight.
Never!
25 hours later.
Hours later!
I would probably need a couple more hours at least. You know how slow I am. I should probably go to sleep and finish this some other day. Well, almost walked off the dock. I should take my time, right? See, he's still there. I see he's guarding the outside. It's not looking too good for Akiko or Lydia. I've talked to this chick and Yuri the most, because they're kind of close by.
I don't like this.
Architect Carmelina Silent.
The other ones I haven't really talked too much.
We have achieved perfection.
I want to give you something, investigator.
What?
An eye? It's the eye of a worshipper of Blood Dancer. It's been preserved and reformatted into a storage device.
That is its own reward.
The chronicles of Blood Dancer have been imprinted into it. By examining the crevices of the eye, you may learn about the god.
And the truth are not the same.
Blood Dancer caused multiple planet-wide genocides as he perfected his insane technology.
Believe what you want.
There are always sacrifices for progress, investigator.
That's always easy to say when you're not the one who has to sacrifice.
I don't know if that is true, Architect. It depends on your priorities, investigator. A life lived purely for others denies your true self. A life lived in balance sees a glimpse of potential. A lack of balance hurts others and denies you of valuable experiences.
I am the leader.
It depends on your definition of valuable.
We have achieved perfection.
Please go and enjoy the island Lady Love dies. Though you may
Rip F12.
you may learn more about yourself.
Or through it. Oh wait, through it. Okay, I misread it. Through it. I saw it right before I changed it. Through it. Not though, through. No F12, I retract it. I can't read.
Thank you for your time, Architect.
To be fair, it is 5:30 in the morning. Okay. Ah, what do we get? Philosophy of Architect. Learned about the architect's design philosophy. Flawless Blood Dancer eye obtained. A gift from Carmelina. A preserved eye which has had the chronicles of the god Blood Dancer recorded to it.
Tell me about the message you sent to Akiko telling her to leave Grace alone with Henry. I have no idea what message you're talking about, investigator. I have a copy of it here.
Do your job.
I am sure that is a fabrication. I have no authority over Akiko. I can't order her to do anything, much less break procedure with something so dangerous.
The investigator is here.
Then why did she step out of the room and leave them unattended? I have no idea. You'd have to ask the Grand Marshal. What do you know about the Fourth Holy Seal?
Craft is its own reward.
Nothing, investigator. It is not my place to know. If no one knows how to get into the council building and the next island is already built with a new council building, how will the new council get into it? A good question. If the seals on the next island cannot be breached, we will rebuild the council building. The perfect next island already sounds less than perfect.
We have achieved perfection.
Perfection requires adaptability. We will adapt. Want to tell me what you were doing carving flesh from a god?
It is cowardly to insinuate,
How
investigator.
dare you accuse me of a vile crime like that? That is the height of heresy.
Facts and the truth are not the
Crying Grudge said it himself.
same. Dare you?
No such thing happened. I think it did.
This is nonsense.
Then you will need some evidence. You are accusing the leader of the syndicate of one of the worst crimes imaginable.
Glad to be back.
Temporary leader.
We still part amicably though. I'm start pressing F12 on my narration errors. My narration errors are shocking! Can't believe it. I guess I'll start talking to people. I still have a ghost guy though. What about the vampire thing? I don't know if I got the fish ghost guy either. What's this syndicate 43 meters away though? Hmm. Oh, I didn't do this one yet?
Nightmare computer.
Hmm. Smaller one? Basically the same one except without the... Oh wait.
Nightmare computer unlocked.
All these are just repeats. The ones I've seen before. Whoa, what the fuck's going on in here?
It looks like something or someone has been dragged through this shed. And this looks like human waste. A couple of days old at most.
Ew.
Ah,
That's a lot.
Akiko removed 2 prisoners from the barracks prison recently. Were they put in this shed?
Until it was time to use them. I bet it smells in here. It's a really good thing I can't smell this right now. It's 9:30 where I am, so your excuse about times aren't accepted.
Are you sure?
Do I have any, like, secrets around? Which building is that? Oh, that's the gun. I keep forgetting about that. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Who the fuck is that? Oh, those guys. Can't be very many secrets left to get. Just the gun one. Guess I'll go talk to these 2 again. I'm gonna be their best buddies. I definitely don't need to fast travel, right? I mean, I have a paltry 53 blood crystals, right? Fast traveling would be silly by this point. I do see some stuff back on the first area. If I can get back over there. Oh, yeah, I think there was an electrically locked door, wasn't there? That's where the rest of my secret stuff is, okay? Where the rest of my collectibles are.
Grand Marshal Akiko 14.
My 14. Do so mean.
the investigator is here.
You do anything outside of soldiering? Are you so interested to know? We're all part of the syndicate. I'm trying to establish a friendship. Why would I want to have a friendship with a Dobby to kill like you?
What'd she call you, Dobby? She called you a 2-kill.
Friends and relationships expand our worldview. They can also provide comfort and support.
Sure.
Just tell me something about yourself. Do you have a pet? A pet? Fine, 2 goldfish. There we go. We're getting somewhere. Say Estereros. What are their names?
I'll kill you.
I'm not telling you that. What drew you to fish? Did you have them as a kid? In the barracks, just after I was taken in by the new Night Army. I looked after them while I adjusted to military life. Do you miss those days? War is no place for children, Prost. I did what I had to. What about...
Norachito, you're out of your mind.
That's it.
I'm done. No more. Goodbye, Nenorochito.
Sure.
Might have something to say, huh? What happened with the prisoners you removed from the barracks prison?
It's classified, Nenorochito.
When love dies,
I disagree.
that remains all the facts.
Why were they removed?
Investigator. They were being processed before the slaughter ritual. We don't just open the prison gates and let them wander over to the temple.
Got it.
They were removed before the slaughter ritual. What happened to them?
They were processed and returned to their cells.
Don't test me.
The logs don't show them being returned.
You don't have access to the full martial network, so you can't prove that. You also don't get to question how I run my army.
Sure.
What can you tell me about the demonic sigils on Grace's body?
The same is found on Henry's mother.
Sure.
I've been told they weren't. Rena Division's sigils were scorched onto her by sustained close proximity to Henry. Grace's were carved into her flesh.
Got any proof, Nenorochito?
No solid proof, just a good bit of testimony. Were you carrying a blade when you arrested Henry?
Of course, I always carry my sword and a combat knife.
Did you find a blade on Henry when you arrested him or after he had killed Grace?
No.
So how did the sigils get carved into her body?
No idea, Nenorochito. Demons?
Thanks for the insight, Akiko.
You are getting tired, though?
Aha! Aha!
Aha!
Aha!
Why did you confiscate the photo of Grace Bloodline's neck from Doom Jazz after the examination?
She was murdered by someone possessed by a demon. Anything related to demonic possession is classified.
Is that standard procedure or just for evidence that doesn't tie into the official story?
Standard procedure. You think you're really smart and clever with your snide insinuations, but you're not. You're wrong.
What do you know about the fourth Holy Seal?
Si se contiaza hasta.
The hell?
Sorry?
I said, what does it matter? Whatever it was, this Labigiu got through it and needs to be executed. Serios, tribius ate don adoni Nenorochita.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Thanks for your help. Akiko, it seemed like you had something you wanted to say earlier.
It was nothing, Nenorochito.
Test me.
Spit it out. We're both busy. Do you know something about someone on the island?
Fine, it's about Crimson.
What the hell?
What about her?
She came to me in secret to ask about becoming a marshal.
You need to back off.
I don't give this information up lightly, Nenorochito.
Soldiers of honor.
She used to be a fine soldier. She was blessed by the gods for her role in repelling the Ninth Island invasion. I'm the only syndicate member allowed to be a marshal. There was nothing I could do for her.
Why are you telling me this? Henry is your only suspect.
I'll kill you.
Henry did it, Nenorochito, no doubt. I'm just telling you that there may be someone that would benefit from him doing it.
Oh, I'm glad to be back.
I'll look into it. Thank you, Akiko. May your night be bright.
Henry Division.
I'm here till you're done, either 100% or other. Oh, okay.
Did you go through the barracks last night?
Are you asking?
The only statue of New Knight is in the barracks.
Well, I guess I did then. Good investigating. You nailed it.
I'm shocked. Stop.
Any fucking idea how that happened?
What everyone is saying about what you did last night might be wrong.
Some excitement, finally.
What do you know about the fourth Holy Seal?
Are you fucking kidding me?
What the fuck is that?
One of the barrier...
Uninterested.
Fucking ever.
Get with the program. I have no memory. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Let's talk, Henry. Is there any joy to be had on the islands? Oh, yeah, too much, really.
Whatever you fucking say.
What the fuck do you think?
Don't test me.
I'm just trying to get a handle on the island that birthed the crime to end all crimes.
We do our work and pray. Sometimes people go to that bar. Sometimes we go to the beach.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you know that there's boat rides? Fucking boat rides.
Ooh, the investigator is here.
Have you been on one?
Yeah, a long time ago. My mom took me. We didn't get the best seats. I was a problem kid and she was a single mother.
Were you always shunned?
She made some friends eventually. There was a mahjong club in one of the apartments. She got in with them.
What about you?
I found kids to hang out with. Not friends, though. I just do stuff to make them laugh. Smash windows, set fire to people, whatever. That's when I started being arrested a lot.
Well, fucking ever.
Hang on, what the fuck am I doing opening up like this?
Whatever you fucking say.
Oh.
You want to hear something fucking good? I got something.
Do you have something you want to tell the investigator?
I like you, investigator. I think you're onto something. The code to the safe in my apartment is SO394BF984537BS9. What? That's a long... What the fuck?
I thought you had a bad memory.
Some things just get engraved on it. Trust me, I wish they didn't. People should have minds full of things. If you only have a couple of things rattling around in there, it's torture.
My mind is like the desert, covered in fog.
The same thing keeps bouncing off the edges of your consciousness, and it's like a gunshot each time.
Key item obtained.
Henry's safe key obtained. A code to Henry's safe. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not reading that. Bye, bitches. Question is, when are you here until? That's the question, isn't it? Alpha wink. That's the big question, isn't it? Big grand $1 million question, isn't it?
Getting saved.
Okay, good night. Get out of here! Where you going? It's sleepy time. It's sleepy time. It's sleepy time.
One of the most important questions I'll ever ask you. I think it'll take me a few more hours. I have to go do all that other stuff, like find a safe and talk to people and shit. We can do that some other day. I have sleeping to go do. I have resting to go do. It's insanity, I know. Get me away from this phone so it stops. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah, that's better. Good night, Dolby. Thanks for hanging out. And take care of yourself. Get your rest too. Good night, bots, lurkers, and everybody else who stopped by tonight. You know, if it's one of the most important questions, then you got one of the most important answers. Well, thank you for hanging out. I'm unworthy. No, you're perfectly worthy. Get out of here with that nonsense. Bop. I ain't no crimson. I ain't no crimson. I need a goat head first. And I think that'll take a while, so. Not happening.
Good night, sleep tight, no bed bugs, all that good stuff.
I shall be back with this. What day is it? I guess Monday. So many me's not going anywhere. You are your nickname that you give her? Oh, okay. Profile wink to you too.
Good night, Toby. Bye.